Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. And thank you to everyone in chat who has already come in to wish me a Merry or Mario Christmas. SMM Piano, who is first in the queue, Coops Trooper, who is second, Hyperion Smokestack. Welcome everyone. We will get into the queue in a moment, and Mario as well. I'm going to play a quick and reportedly easy, if you look at the clear rate, music level first, just to make sure all systems are go, since I want to make sure that things are working over on my end. And then, barring any major problems that have revealed themselves right away, we'll get straight into the first few submissions. So, bear with me today if I have a sudden coughing fit or anything. I am recovering from a bit of a sore throat earlier this week, but we should be good. Anyway, WBC, who is a maker from Korea who has participated in many of the anniversary projects and made many music levels in the past, made sort of an off 8MMC anniversary level of his own this year that also wishes us a happy Christmas. So let's see what music and which Rainbow Road we're listening to as we dive into the first one here. Hyperion, thank you so much for gifting me a remaster of a previous idea. We'll see that soon enough. Yeah, hopefully the microphone is going to hold up today. I've had some cabling issues with it lately, but if I'm ever suspiciously silent, do let me know and we will fix that as soon as we can. 5 pink coins. And let's see what Rainbow Road is going to load in here. And here we go. And I see 1 coin over there already. Yeah, we'll make sure everything is shipshape, and then we'll start with all the submissions as well. Also, I have to remember to play this game. How to play this game, which hasn't always been the most reliable thing lately. Parnassus, welcome. Parnassus, don't know if you caught the VOD. I'm not sure if you were still online when we played yours last week, but we did play it, I believe. And so hopefully you managed to catch it. And thank you for submitting once again. Okay, well, look at this chomp over here. It's like in a little rocket ship toy that is joining us for the ascent here. A lot of wandering back and forth while we figure out the coin positioning. And up we go. That's a lot of pipes. I am, of course, tempted to check them all, although I know it won't be anything because it's a global music level and things will stay loaded. This is just there to be part of the Rainbow Road flavor, I think. So, let's continue. Anything over here? Oh. Well, if we're missing any coins, we'll backtrack. Right now, we'll just grab this, and I'll probably back down here, and then see if we can catch everything else on the way up. Oh, rather suspicious looking pipe. Oh, that's just coins, okay. Also rather suspicious looking pipe, also more coins. Like I said, it's global music. We know it's not going to be anything unless it dunks you back to the start to get all the music rolling again. Oh, here's one. One more to go. It should all be in one segment, so I don't necessarily think there will be any kind of safety coin, so we should look for coin 5 actively. Let's see if there's anything above this massive cloud over here. There's a door. I kind of get the feeling I missed something, but it might not be. We'll see. Oh, yeah, we totally missed something. We totally missed it. We should start over. We'll take the clear and then we'll start over since we have to do it anyway. Okay. Oh, it's going to load in more music first, so let's not assume anything. It might actually be some kind of backtracking before we get the key. Yeah, because there's a people in the segment, so let's not restart too hastily. It might actually double back somehow. Final lap. Yeah. And in we go. Coop Stripper, you're saying you love the N64 Rainbow Road music? Yeah. Let's take a look here. It's sort of interesting that Mario Kart 8 at this point has anthologized so many of the Rainbow Roads as well. The 3DS one actually looks fairly outstanding when it's, you know, off of the 3DS screen and kind of shown off in its full glory. Anyway, let's go down over here. So we'll see if we were missing the last coin somewhere in this area, and that maybe the key at the end will actually take you somewhere. But this is basically like a racetrack. I feel like I was supposed to have a P-balloon here. Doesn't it look like it? It really feels like I'm supposed to have the P-balloon to drive this. But no, it's all mushrooms, so... I bet I missed a P-balloon or something. Oh, you can't... Okay, you can't hear the game audio. Yeah, that's a bad thing for music level, which is exactly why we try to test this. And, yeah, that's why we do a test level at the start, just to make sure we get the technical problems sorted out. And hopefully the fix will stick. Yeah, okay. Let me just... Video cables aren't disrupted here. Okay, there we go. Should be fine. And yeah, welcome back, Kaizo Wilhelm. Yeah, so we actually totally did miss whichever coin it was past the gate. Although we can loop back to do it, I think, if I understand this correctly. Or maybe not. It just shows you Mario and Larry. Well, we came all the way here. I'd actually like to go back for the coin if folks don't mind waiting, so we can make sure we actually have all the audio consistently working. And then we'll get into the queue right after that. Yeah, thanks for letting me know if there are any audio issues. We will try not to run into that too much. A 1 minute 20 record. Somebody was quick. Yeah, I had a feeling I missed something on the way up, but we'll see. It's got to be 5 coins before the first key door. I'm just looking at this carefully to see if we miss anything obvious. But you do kind of need to scroll back and forth left and right to really check everything, so it's probably something that was closer to the top right of this zone. So let's make sure that the track will actually play. But yeah, I really did get the feeling that I was supposed to be holding a P-balloon or something near the end, but maybe so. Oh, did we already miss one, or did I? Yeah, there's one to the left of the Chom. Rainbow fountains everywhere. Oops. Let's not play this 89%er like it's a getting over it level. That would be a bad start. Okay. Now let's head on up. Yeah, one unfortunate thing with playing Korean makers now like WBC is that people in Korea don't actually have access to Twitch VODs anymore. If they missed a live broadcast, due to bandwidth restrictions and also due to Twitch imminently shutting down in the country, they can't actually see any video recordings on delay. I thought it was just an issue for people who are broadcasting from Korea, but it's actually an issue for people who are just viewers as well. So, unfortunately, unless you put something on YouTube, you can't just clip something and show it to Korean Maker if you've been playing their stuff. Which is too bad, because we've actually shown off quite a bit of the South Korean community on the stream before in previous years. And continue to do so now. Yeah, I feel like I missed something. Oh, this was 4. Yeah, there was something on the top left of this zone. That was probably the one I missed, because I saw it on the way coming down. That, I wonder how I missed it the first time. It's at the very top left, and I could see it when I was scrolling in and loading the music track. So we will look carefully this time, because it was not something I should have missed. Yeah, because we just went right immediately here. We just missed this one, I think. Right by the door, if we bothered to check. Okay, let's go. And let's see what it is. And yeah, we should actually... Oh, we can't grab the people in because of the one-way panels, that's right. But there's the number 8 for Mario Kart 8 and a massive banana peel. And it's the balloons. Okay, and that's it, actually. Didn't need to double through the second segment. So that's the speed route. So we've seen both routes now, which is great. Works for me. Alright, let's get into the queue. Thank you for the GG. Let's load up SMM Piano. And hope that the stream holds up technically, as we play Revenge of the Angry Sun. The Angry Sun has some unfinished business with Mario to take care of yet. Didn't really get much of a shot at you back at SMP3. Azure Surfer, welcome. Alright, Angry Sun, at last we shall have our revenge. I wonder how serious the speed requirement is here. Notice that there's this door at the front as well. Okay. Yeah, so interestingly enough, because the player is scrolling along, and... Whoops. Because the player is scrolling along and controlling the camera, and because the sun's position is always camera dependent, you can actually predict where certain safe zones are going to be. Now, the interesting thing is that if you are doubling back through the door with the off switch at the front, then you would have to deal with some of the platforms having been eradicated if you have to pass through everything a second time after an on-off switch toggle, right? So you'd actually have to do 2 passes through this and leave some platforms alive if you can, while slipping on the ice. Thank you for the submission, Azure Surfer. It will hopefully not take too long. And let's go. Yeah. Okay, dropping the poke's fine. I feel like sitting in a high position is best. If you let the sun sweep under you, then you guarantee that some of the platforms will remain in place. So we actually sit on top of a high position, and the sun misses completely. Let's watch. I don't know if we have the luxury of time here, though, of course, given the timer. Okay, so we have to go all the way back to the door. I see. But because the sun is kind of sweeping against us, that's fine, as long as we don't miss. Yeah, so we actually have to go all the way back. It's not a door that spits us out a second time or anything. I was concerned that maybe we'd have to hit an on-off switch and then drop into the door at the start and then come back, but it's not the case. So what we'll try to do is we'll try to be in a high position whenever the sun sweeps, so we guarantee that the sweeping pattern is not too destructive. Yeah. And that way, we don't drop on top of the piranha plants either. And it looks like time is actually fairly generous. Although, of course, so we're scrolling the camera to the right as the sun is contracting. That kind of works too. Yeah, that actually didn't eradicate too many platforms here. Okay, now let's just not hit every pokey on the way back. Whoops. Bad call over there. You're gonna torture another streamer with a level like this, yeah? It's a good concept, actually. The layout works quite well for this, because you do have to sort of think ahead, and it's pretty clear there would be some kind of doubling back over these platforms, so just need to make sure that enough spaces remain alive and that they are also at least somewhat accessible. That didn't go well, because of course if you're in the middle of scrolling while the sun is sweeping, then you potentially have some issues. So now hopefully the timer is fine. We're not even really halfway yet on a timer, so I think we'll be largely okay. Nope, that went badly. That one was not a good call at all to sweep quite like that. That's alright. It does matter sometimes if we're planning around whether the sun is going against our direction or with us. Because, yeah, if you look at that, that really eliminates way too many platforms. Let's give ourselves some room to build momentum. But a kind of stop-and-go approach is probably not too bad. Although if you're in a high position, it actually might destroy too much. But that's okay. No, that seems to work. Let's just... Yeah, that actually didn't get rid of too much there. That's alright. Okay. It wasn't ideal, but it'll work. The best thing is you can just get it to drop the pokies, in fact. Okay. Oh, that was just a bad jump. Squink, welcome. Now let's try this again. Okay, now let's... Yeah, just... If you kind of push slightly against it while the sun is moving towards you, then you kind of minimize how much coverage it has, and maybe reversing towards it actually is not a bad idea, because then you don't let it do too much damage, so... Yeah, there we go. So, what I don't want to do is let it follow me. That was a bad idea. Yeah, you're telling me that my analysis of this makes it easier to perfect it? You mean from the level building perspective, or just from executing the actual level itself? I mean... Yeah, it would be nice, of course, if we just didn't slip up on so many jumps that are technically easy, but let's try it again. But yeah, let's just stop. Then we'll scroll slightly, look at it. Okay, that eliminated a little too much, but... Whoops. Slipping all over the place. It is a great idea, yeah. Because there's just enough variety to the pokey heights, the ice height, etc., just to keep things varied. So you're never, you know, doing anything repetitively. You do have to kind of improvise with the situation at hand, and there's just room for a ton of variation in how the level can go, depending on how your run is proceeding, so... Okay. That was a bad idea, but we made it. Nope, didn't build enough momentum. That was actually okay, I just didn't have enough momentum on a jump. Okay. Let's just stay in place, just so we put the sun in a predictable position. Yeah, predictability is probably the most important thing here. Probably overdoing some of my own minute adjustments. Yeah, no, of course as it's sweeping towards us like that, we shouldn't hesitate. But yeah, if it's going in the same direction as Mario, it kind of requires a slightly different mentality than he's going with you. That eliminated way too much, but that's okay. At least it ended up in a high position up top, and then it's not awful. Oh, totally got caught there. And Shushiro, welcome. Looking forward to what you have today. And let's go over here. Nope. Okay, that wasn't too bad. He only caught 2 coins, actually, which was oddly not too damage. And we'll just proceed this way. And yeah, that was going to go badly, I could tell. That's okay. Yeah, like I said, it's when he's sweeping in the same direction that we run into potential problems. Now let's stand here. That's good. Yeah, it was a high position, and I knew it was going to be safe, so... Whoa, that was very dangerous. And we're out. There we go. And... I don't know what the Munchers are doing up there. Let's not take too much time staring at it. We had 10 seconds on the clock, but I had actually completely forgotten about the clock at that time, so... Yeah, thank you so much. That was great. Oops, Stripper. Munchers just provide the ending. Yeah, I see it. They totally distracted me during the ending like I was about to hit timeout. And yeah, thank you for checking in, Coop Stripper. Shock Corridor. Run for your life. React to the shockwaves and collect coins to survive. It is a clear condition level. Reach the goal after 360. Oh, 40 seconds. Let's go. I guess we hold right. Oh yeah, Stunlock. I didn't even think about that, actually. Because I just sort of thought, it's going to be at least 360 coins, so you don't have to be 100% on coin collection. I love how the Bowser waves kind of go backwards. It's kind of a neat effect. That you're just seeing Bowser outrun his own fire. Did I hit a clear condition? Not nearly. Oh, now we have Morton to deal with. That's more Stunlock. At least it's fairly visible when they are going to try to Stunlock. Although Morton does the extra little float there that can be very easily... Whoa, we're off by 60 coins. We're not even close. Yeah, because sometimes, you know, it's kind of difficult to spot Winged Morton, and because he does the extra float some of the time, and of course with a couple of them stacked together, it's a little bit hard to see. But we should stay lower on the ground and not just jump and jump and jump. It's a very good concept. We haven't really seen it before. And it's a good way to handle the Bowser fire as well, while building with lots of Bowsers, with just having them get the fire out of the way in their own right. That's actually pretty neat how you managed to do that. So. Yeah, so it's kind of a risk-reward concept. It's unclear to me how far behind we were coming out of the first segment, though, simply because I think I was at about 170 out of 360 coming out of the first half, so I was a little under 50%. But I didn't know how crippling that was going to be, or you know, whether I was completely sunk at that point already. If it weren't for the time limit on this, and you do kind of need a time limit so you can't just... well, I'm thinking about like whether it's potentially cheesable if you have everything jump over you or something, but... With a clear condition level, sometimes I almost consider having a wraparound so that if you're short of the clear condition, you know, you start over and you have to survive another round, but you get a chance to actually finish it. But I don't know if that would work, because it seems like the time limit might be necessary just as a bit of a quality check to prevent issues with having everybody jump at the same time and the thwomp outrunning you. So maybe that idea doesn't work for this concept. You know, in terms of just having the player have the option of an extra cycle or something. I'm just kind of theorizing this in my head right now. Yeah, the wraparound might be an interesting idea, but I think because that requires removing the time limit, it might cause potential issues. I mean, I guess currently... I mean, because you're small Mario, you can't take damage or anything, so... I'd have to think about how that could be done. Maybe there's a way to adjust it so that the wraparound might actually work as a modification to this. The concept is fine as is. I'm just thinking that, you know, sometimes if you're not sure exactly how far off you're going to be until you hit the end of the level, that can come as a bit of a surprise. Yeah, trying to be out of try to be at around 200 at the end of the start segment. Yeah, it's tricky because especially with Winged Morton-later, you are really kind of baited into jumping too much, right? But it's a really fun concept. And yeah, I agree with that. That without the time limit, that's going under the thwomp or re-entering the pipe would be the concerns. But we'll have to play a little bit riskier. At least we know how it's going now. So. Yeah, I didn't realize I'd be like 50 coins off though. Yeah, just have to watch the stomps as they come in. Whoops. Sometimes the stomps happen consecutively enough that if I land out of one dodge, I don't really get a chance to do another dodge unless we do like, maybe a really, really short bounce. So. It's interesting because, you know, the player has a lot of flexibility to adjust one's strategy. But you have to play pretty risky to go for more coins, and you just have to watch the Bowser animation very carefully. Oh, just one more jump there that would have done it. We were at 198. So we played that actually decently well, but... Okay. Yeah, we did a lot better that time. I'm just basically trying to watch the Bowsers instead of watching myself now. I don't really need to watch Mario because there's nothing in front of us, there's nothing in our way. We just mostly need to react to the Bowser timing. So my eyes are actually on the Bowsers now the whole time and waiting for the animation frame where they try to go for the stomp. Though as you can see, I'm reacting a bit slowly. And so we just try to do a little jump as soon as we see them do the dive. Getting about 200 already puts us about 300 ahead of, sorry, about 30 ahead of how we previously did, and that's making up a considerable deficit already, so. Yeah, it's a really interesting minigame concept because you kind of have to read this level in its own way and deal with it on its own terms. nope, just reacted to the wrong one. Takes quite a bit of focus. Alright, let's do it again. Now, because RNG is input-based, I wonder how much room for variation there actually is. It's input-based on when you enter the zone, so I wonder if it's actually possible to do this by memory somewhat. If the patterns are going to be predictable, if you're just holding right the whole time. I mean, obviously, once you start jumping, there's some input variation that's going to mess with random generation, but for at least a first jump in each zone, or perhaps even the first series of jumps, it might be predictable. Whoops. We'll see. Okay. And there's a bit of a delay before you... Well, I was about to say there's a bit of a delay, but not much of one. We're getting better at phase 1 here, though. Oh, nope. I say that just as we take the hit. Getting a bit eager to get into that pipe. Oops. But yeah, very interesting concept, and a very interesting escalation from part 1 to 2 as well, to change it up to Morton. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Yeah, the implementation here does a lot of things right, with getting things like fire projectiles out of the way, and then you don't have to deal with Morton's fire patterns scrolling along the floor either. This whole idea of just outrunning the projectiles in the opposite direction, I feel like, is actually underused. Alright, let's do it again. Okay, 199 out of the first part, that's not too bad. So we don't need to be too risky here. Nope. Was watching the Mortons and didn't quite get Bowser. But yeah, the Winged Morton extra float, even just in a normal Winged Morton Koopaling fight, throws me off quite a bit, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge to work around, but we'll do it soon enough. Yeah, we got up to about 240 on the good attempt. So, getting there. But we definitely want to stay grounded quite a bit. But you can afford to do higher jumps, I think, in the Morton segment if one is worried about the wing pattern. Maybe that's enough of a correction as long as you don't have two consecutive stomps that are too close together. You never quite know with the element of RNG here. Well, look at that. Another one was just about to stomp before entering the pipe, so I just dodged that one. Okay, that's not too bad. 342. Okay, too many high jumps in. Hyperion Smokestack, I get great levels all the time. So. Surprisingly good in some ways. Like I always tell people, whenever I hang out on other people's viewer level streams, I develop a new appreciation for how good my queue actually is. Most of the time, so. Yeah, getting pretty close. Yeah, that's the thing about a level like this one, and the Angry Sun one right before this one as well, is that you're not playing them the same way that you normally play Mario. You kind of have to apply a different mentality to what you're doing, right? And I find it interesting that, you know, people can actually still do that with a very simple series of elements. And that's, even though there's not a lot of building that's involved in a level like this or the last one in terms of the element placement, there's still quite a lot of level design going on, if you know what I mean. That there's quite a lot that you need to test for and adjust around. And yeah, just very conceptually unique. Yeah, another one trying to stomp right at the end, 202. That's probably one of the best runs yet out of the first zone. Yeah, we can't have so many high jumps, but it's really difficult with the Mortons not to do that, because you just don't know when they're going to stomp in some ways. Because if you guess wrong, then you could get caught by the actual descent. Get Dev, welcome. And we'll hopefully get to you before too long as well. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. But yeah, I mean, surviving to the end is something that we've been able to do multiple times already. It's just a matter of playing a little bit riskier, particularly in the second segment, so we can actually make the coin threshold. Yeah, because sometimes the animations can really kind of fake you out, so you have to watch it quite carefully. Anyway, let's do it again. Nope, maybe not. Alright, let's keep going. Then the second cycle is going to happen anytime now. The way they're stacked on top of each other too makes the fake outs. Oh, look at that. I got faked out right as we were hitting the wall, and I just smacked into the wall when I could have entered the pipe completely safely. That was interesting. Just watch that happen with the axe later if I just accidentally jump over the axe or something once I make the clear condition. You can tell that kind of thing, it may very well happen, right? So at least, though, I think with the axe in the second segment, if the Mortons or Bowser are grounded at a time, they will actually just die to getting smushed against the axe and the block underneath the axe, so... Well, Hyperion, in the case of that one just now, I wouldn't say that it's not fair, it's more that I had my eyes glued to the Bowsers the whole time, and I definitely wasn't watching how I was going to hit the wall, so... was not watching where I was going. Okay. Yeah, it's a level that trains you to be pretty twitchy. Kind of like playing Bayonetta or something, you know, it's all about knowing when to hit dodge. Okay, let's go and keep going. Oh, got stopped. Yeah, we might be here a while, but we'll learn it as we go, and we're getting better at the first segment. The second segment, we just haven't survived too often enough to really develop a good method for some of the flying Morton patterns, but we'll get there, and we're consistently hitting about 200 coins in the first segment now, even if we do die at the end. Yeah, the problem is if one of them hits just as you're landing from another dodge, that's the biggest issue. Because you don't get time to react if you're still in midair and unable to land. And okay. And whoops, getting caught in the early stuff again. And we'll just try to work on that. So they really do fake it. You know, yeah, I don't know who else is trying to run this as well with the level code that you see. But I highly recommend it. You can really kind of try it with your own hands and see psychologically like how easy it is to get thrown off by the stacking and also by just a delay in the pattern. Because basically once you start jumping, you start introducing some variation in the RNG, so 207 coming out of the first segment. Okay, oh, nope, landed from the second Morton, and that got me in trouble. Alright. Or maybe not. Definitely made this as a kind of experiment for a level. Yeah, it works well as a self-contained exercise, actually, because, you know, conceptually it's just very easily understandable right away. I think it almost works better as something kind of as a self-contained minigame. Although I could definitely see this being a segment that you could work into, you know, a boss segment or chase segment in the bigger creation. It's just that, obviously, it wouldn't work the same way with the clear condition. But because the concept as it currently stands is kind of dependent on the clear condition being a threshold, that since it's not just a pure chase, you are actually trying to take some risks here. That there are certain things that work in the current format that wouldn't in a bigger level. For sure. 210 coming out of the first segment, that's actually a new improvement as well. New personal best. Too big a jump. Gonna do a minimal jump out of some of these. Nope. 333, we were on pace. Definitely on pace. Yeah, I mean, you know, surviving to the end of the chase is already something that could be a pretty interesting segment in its own right, but the thing that really makes this level click is that there's a certain amount of pressure on a player to stay low and stick with coins. Because there's a bit of a self-imposed difficulty that comes with that, right? Where you want to play risky. Anyway, let's keep going. Oops. Yeah, the previous one where we got up to at 333, that was definitely on track, I think. It felt like I was doing much better than we had previously. For that one, we had 210 coming out of the first zone. Nope. Best you've seen someone beat us with 377, and the highest you've managed is 388. I see. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm sure, you know, from a lot of playtesting, you'll have a better idea of whether you think the clear condition needs any adjustment, up or down, or... Well, not up, but, like, you know, if you want to relax it. I think it's probably fine as it is, because, you know, we've been getting reasonably close. It's just... Of course, the first time through, you don't know how far off you're going to be, and... That's conceptually going to be an issue anyway, I think. But of course, I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, it's in 2 zones when I hit the pipe. If I'm not at 180 out of 360, I'm probably in trouble if they're a similar length. And of course, the first time I'm looking at this, I also don't know how the concept is going to escalate in the second half, where the Morton jumps make it much likelier that you're going to miss coins while you're dodging, because you're going to whiff quite a bit. So yeah, like I said, best one I've done out of the first segment is 210. It should be on pace. I mean, I can't just totally blow it in the second half, but it gives me a little bit of room for error. Nope. Baked out once again. Alright, let's do it again. Yeah, very compulsively playable. I certainly hope that the level after this one is not going to be a hold right, though, because then my thumb is just going to completely give out. Right now it's not doing too badly, it's just, sometimes I've had some viewer nights where you have several speedrun levels or whatever in a row, and that definitely wears you down. Particularly as a D-pad player. Look at that double stomp coming in there right at the end, right before I entered the pipe. 210 again. Okay. Now here's where things change up a bit. Look at that triple float there. 4 seconds left at 323. The hold right gang is here to make my night miserable. Yeah, very kind of you before Christmas. I guess, the more you hold right, the faster you get to Christmas. Or something. Alright, let's keep going. Nope. Yeah, like I was saying, because of the way that RNG works in this game, the first jump that you do, and perhaps the first series of bounces, should be predictable. And we see that in both segments, because the reset is based on when you're entering a segment. But because there is so much room for variation in your input, when it comes to even simple jumps, after the first jump, anything can change. So. But the first flight pattern should be reliable, as you can see here. We just need to get it straight. So we can at least memorize our way through the first one. Yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, I know you said you were reworking some previous concept, and I don't know if I'll recognize it, but we'll play it and see what happens. Oh, no. Missed it. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, 3 little jumps at the front over there. And we just need to watch out. That was a very quick stop that time. And look at that double stomp coming in near the end that time as well. Pretty close to one of the better patterns we had earlier. Yeah, I'm doing one too many jumps in that first segment, but it's hard to see otherwise. Whoops. We're doing well enough in coins that I could afford to do slightly higher jumps in the second segment. And still be on pace. Best attempt at the axe so far was getting to the axe with 342, if you'll remember. And I think that was just a little under 200 in the first segment when I got that, so we'll see. Yeah, basically, after you start jumping at all, the RNG is going to be completely scrambled, so you can't depend too much on that. And yeah, the Morton fakeouts can be quite lengthy at times. You just kind of have to watch them dip a little bit in the air as you go. It's a very interesting way to vary this concept for sure. I definitely like the way that the level changes up from part 1 to part 2. Now, whether we can actually do it, of course, is a different question, but we'll stick with it and try to figure it out. Like I said, we just haven't had that many clean attempts on the margin segment at all anyway, so we need to get there first. And we'll get there eventually. Have to watch out very carefully. Nope. Baked out again. 205. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that when we get out of the first segment, we can do it with over 200 at this point. But we'll see how much wiggle room that buys me. Let's watch out. Okay, double stomp like that. That is going to be interesting. And another stomp that almost activated. 216 coming out of the first segment. That's not bad. Yeah, it's still doing one too many jumps into Morton segment early on. That means we can afford to maybe do some slightly higher jumps here. $361. 361. Just hit the last coin right as we got to the axe. Okay. That was very satisfying. That could have gone badly. Even just one little extra jump there would have put me at like 359 or just sent me over the axe. We made it. Your best ever coming out of the first segment was 217. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes you do have to get a little bit lucky on the draw, but when I saw that it was 216, I realized, okay, I can do a couple of high jumps in the margin zone and I should be okay. I basically needed to do it the same way that I did the time that I got 342, I think, and I would have been on pace. Anyway, great idea. Yeah, and in the end, the threshold of 360 actually did feel kind of right, I think, relative to the clear rate that we have. We lowered it a little bit, but floating around 2%, I think, tells you that, given the brevity of the level, 360 might be appropriate. Yeah, a good thing that you're tracking your high scores. I don't know if anybody posted their scores, but... Oh, leave your high score coin count in the comments. Well, I mean, you've seen mine on video. 377. Let's go. Wow. Okay. Hurry and smoke snack. Let's see. Kamek's Clockwork Castle. Oh, it is something speedy. Time's always running out in this thrilling challenge. Can you best Kamek? Time's always running out, it says, with this 3-minute 36 world record. That might be checkpointed, though, so maybe that doesn't tell us anything. But yeah, you really like this one? Okay, let's see what you have to show me. Smoke C137. Yeah, it's not a tight time limit, at least I don't think so. It's 300 seconds. But you're working against the lava, perhaps, or... well, maybe not. It's just showing... Oh, you are. Yeah. I see. Okay, if the clock goes all the way around, then it clicks. I see. Okay, so you actually do have something that you can read here, room to room. That's neat how there's a visual element here to this that tells the player how much wiggle room you have. You can tell that you're going to be late. Yeah, you do have to take the springs, obviously. The clock synchronization is a very good idea. Particularly because everything's, you know, just kind of camera locked to one screen anyway, right? So it gives you a very clear visual indicator of what you're dealing with. Okay. Nope, too late. And yeah, Semfiz, welcome. Now we just got started on this one, but Yeah, it's interesting that every level we've played so far today makes you do something a little different with your eyes in terms of where you're looking and what kind of visual indications there are to play through the level. Yeah, we had a bad exit out the door. Obviously, my instinct when I come out of the door is to hold right, and so we always have this little delayed reaction time to look left when we see the left arrow, and even though I know it's there. So we just need to make sure we hold left coming out of this door, and unfortunately, if you don't know that in advance, it is going to introduce a bit of a delay on the first attempt. Very tight on that timing, as you can see. Whoa. Oh, I wonder if... Okay, no, that's a potential kind of bug if you're frame perfect. If you're frame perfect, there's a switch activation that happens. I think the switch activated in room 2, and because we were frame perfect on the door entry, what actually happened was that the activation carried forward to zone transition. That's not really an avoidable thing, unfortunately. We've played some levels that take advantage of that. We played one level by Document that actually used that to hide a secret room, in fact, but... Basically, if you are perfectly timed going into the room, you're going to have issues unless you have an extra mechanism that forces the switch to toggle on in every room. Like, you might need a kind of redundant switch that is spawn blocked to prevent precisely that issue. And I think it's a difficult thing to test because you have to do a frame-perfect door entry to actually make that happen in the first place. So... I hope it makes sense what I'm describing here. That it also looks just tight enough that you do kind of need to hold left going into the door here in room 2. But yeah, if you have the entity space to spare, it actually would be worthwhile to have a redundant off-screen switch that forces on every time, I think. Just in case. Yeah, like I said, room 2, unless you know that you're supposed to hold left going into the room, it's going to feel tight. But maybe it's just because, you know, my jumps are also sloppy, but... Okay. I mean, I guess you are going left already into the door entry from room 1 to 2, but I think, you know, a lot of people, when they see something that's a speedy level, their instinct is to just hold right no matter what it is they're seeing, especially if it's a case of an exit they haven't seen yet, so we'll see. It may also be them just not playing it very well, but, you know, maybe I was supposed to get an extra bounce. Yeah, you see, frame perfect once again, and that's the issue. It's a very cool idea, and I like how easy it is to visualize what you're doing from room to room, but definitely, yeah, a few minor adjustments can be made. Especially given the tightness of the second room. If it's not really that tight, then the frame-perfect entry isn't so much of an issue, but as you can see, both of my successful door entries so far have actually been the frame-perfect on-off switch, and that would be an issue. Oh, too much of a delay coming down again. We're not going to make it. Yeah. I know that I generally need to do shorter jumps myself, because that's one thing that if you watch the really, really good Kaizo players, you notice that they do, is that they totally outpace everybody else when it comes to levels, sometimes because they're able to do just kind of really tight, crisp jumps as a habit. Like if you watch somebody like Grand Pooh Bear or something. And I think Panga kind of does it too, which is why, you know, sometimes when you have projects like the anniversary level collections, for instance, that when you show them off to some of the really experienced Kaizo streamers, they'll break things in ways that didn't come up during testing simply because they're actually making shorter jumps than everybody else. And so they'll occasionally, you know, outpace mechanisms that nobody else was actually able to break. Any possibility to wall jump out of a door? That's interesting. Given that you're kind of in a slide here, let's try it. No, not really, because you're dropping by one tile. When you're only kind of one tile above like that, you're not going to make contact for a wall slide, so... That was an interesting thought, though. I'm glad you suggested that. I think even a spin wall jump wouldn't do it, because you don't actually make contact with the wall when you come in. Let's see how tight this is. Yeah. It's kind of 3 for 3 when it comes to the door entry. Giving me that issue. I think I solved your puzzle in a way you never saw before. Or after, yeah. Well, it's funny because he's not a puzzle guy, but he'll occasionally manage to break stuff. Just because the mechanics are just out of this world, right? So... Anyway, let's go over here. Particularly when it comes to any kind of object handling where you can do... you know, various cheeses or shortcuts that are possible with good item dropping tech. Okay, this room. We'll see what we can do with it. Okay, that seemed to be a little better. Okay. Nope. I feel like wall jump would have actually been the right idea there. Because then we don't cut so much momentum on some of the jumps. We definitely lost a lot of height looking at that, so... Oops. Yeah, it's one of those things where the tightness of the second room makes it much likelier that the door entry issue is going to be triggered. Much likelier than usual, simply because of how strict it is. And because of that initial kind of psychological delay from adjusting to coming left in the door as well, so... But that's what playtesting is for, so you can see what looks tight. We're going to push through it regardless, and we'll try to see the whole thing. No, too tight. Yeah, it's kind of funny that we're triggering the majority of vocations here simply because we're right on the buzzer. Yeah, everybody's going to have slightly different jumping habits, too. I mean, I know that I'm sometimes a bit sloppy about coming off of edges and thing like that, so it may just be that there's some corner that I'm rounding very inefficiently there. So we'll see where the slowdown is coming from for me. Nope. It may be because I'm hesitating a bit on a jump and pulling back slightly to the left. That's probably the issue. Where, you know, when rounding the corner in the bottom middle, I know that I have a habit of kind of pulling back horizontally so I don't just whack the corner, and that might actually be the thing that's killing me here. But we'll see. Also, Electrodude, I totally didn't say hi to you. It's going alright. And a bit of a sore throat earlier this week, but I'm recovered enough to stream. Oh, too much of a delay coming out of that. That little drop there. Electrodude, hope Geometry Dash 2.2 is treating you well. You don't know what it is, but Room 2 was the one you nailed every time. That's interesting. I mean, I guess as the maker, you've got some kind of habit down with it. Okay, that seemed to give me a lot of wiggle room that time. Nope. Too tight against the corner that time, so I neither got a good normal jump or a wall jump. I think wall jump actually is the way to go. Like, maybe I'm going to spin wall jump to really turn that top corner a little better. You know, like this when we do Room 3. Oh, too much of a delay once again on a drop. Yeah, definitely resisting the urge to pull back on a jump from the bottom middle is going to make a difference. You've been stuck as the editor for the past 2 weeks, yeah. Okay, did we have enough time this time? Yes, we did. Oh, whoops, way too much of a wall slide that time. Just skipping the last platform actually kind of works too. Well, oh, this is going to be a spin. It took too long to read that. Oh, yeah, too long to read that. And of course we got stuck quite a bit in the middle trap there. Okay, so room 4, Coop Scrooper was saying was the hardest for you. Definitely a bit of initial hesitation there while we just read what to do, but that's okay. It's, again, too much of a delay coming out of the door. I can tell when it's going to be an issue. We just need to keep in mind that we have to hold left. Yeah, Electro, I don't know enough about Geometry Dash to know what platform mode is and why it differs from the existing game, but that's because I just don't know Geometry Dash. Should definitely try it at some point, though. I know it was, what, $2 on Steam or something. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously you're going to have a certain amount of turnarounds here, too. Yeah, if you just maybe narrow the left half of it by 1 block or so, that would actually be a pretty substantial change. Room 3 gives me plenty of wiggle room if we do the little wall jump at the end. Okay, am I frame perfect here? I might be. Yes, I am. Yeah, like I said, if you're going to improve this at all, something like a redundant toggle back on, like a redundant toggle that only goes off to on with a spawn block, would actually potentially help us a great deal. I actually don't know if that would prevent the frame perfect issue. Because of the way that the second room gets loaded in, it might not actually work because the switch activation happens when you load the room. So a spawn block mechanism might not actually function that way, but there might be some way to force a fix for that. I'm not exactly sure. Now that I think about it, I don't know if it actually is something that is easily fixed. And yeah, Electro Dude, I'll read your explanation of platformer mode in just a moment. Regular Geometry Dash as a player go right at all times. I see. Yeah. That seems like a pretty big addition, actually, in terms of expanding the scope of the game. Alright, let's do it. How tight are we? Okay. On track. One moment. Okay. Definitely delayed the update by a year or 3. Yeah, oops. Holding right here once again. That's consistently a bad idea. Okay. Let's try it again. And up we go. Nope. Yeah, I can definitely see where I'm giving myself a little too much airtime there. But we'll definitely need to improve a little bit in this room. Okay, that was a little better. Whoops. Nope, I missed the wall jump. I was too close to the blue platform and I landed on it when I was trying to avoid it, in fact. Because you just skip the last blue platform and wall jump, and I find that's the easiest way to do that. But of course, if you hit the blue platform by accident, it cancels your wall jump. Or rather prevents it. And that becomes a hindrance. Oops, no. Whoops, that little hop at the end actually killed me. Bit of a mistaken gut reaction there. Yeah, Electrogen, every concept we've played today has been really interesting. And the firebar timer as a visual indicator is definitely something that makes this level click. Gives you a very clear idea what kind of expire you're dealing with. So you're not just, listening to P-switch music or using any kind of indication like that. Whoops, too early on a spin jump. Yeah, the clock idea is great. It significantly elevates this concept above a lot of room-based timer concepts that I've seen before, which usually really kind of needed something like that as something the player can see. Sometimes you see it by way of things like, stake block mechanisms or other things that give you at least some kind of visual clue on screen when something is about to happen, or a bomb going off, or a P-switch expiring or something like that. But, the nice thing about the clock is that it gives you a very precise idea of what to expect with your pace, and it also gives you a visual indication of how you're doing to improve your pace between attempts. And so I find that just, as a pure interface element, it's actually doing so much work to make the concept click. Okay, hopefully fine this time. Okay, let's make the spin. Nope, too early. Yeah, I actually hadn't really even picked up on the grinder sound as a ticking, but now that you mention it, that is a nice touch as well. I hadn't really noticed that. Oh, lost a bit of time at the front here. That's okay, this room is pretty relaxed at least. Oh, too tight. Yep, just failing that particular spin jump a little bit. But we'll get it. Room 2 is starting to go a little bit better. A little bit. Okay, there we go. Nope. I'm having a surprising amount of trouble with that for something that's actually fairly simple and common when it comes to speedrun levels. I was doing just fine with it earlier, but then now that I'm really kind of pressing myself for time, I seem to have thrown myself off. Oops, bit of a delay coming out again. Nope. Yeah, I hit the wall again on my way out, so... Considering how many times I've scolded myself for that, I keep on doing it. It's a very difficult habit to break. Particularly in a level with speed challenges, and just holding right coming out of the door just becomes a habit after a while that you don't realize you have until you trip over it. But yeah, psychologically it's just a bit of an adjustment. Oh, no. I don't know why I've been going so early now. Coming out of that. Yeah. Yeah, one block slimmer because it affects 3 rows worth of movement is definitely going to make this feel much, much more relaxed. It's not even going to be close. But then it allows you to potentially have some room for error for the delay in going into the room blind for the first time. Because right now I feel like room 2 would be very difficult to do just on a blind play if you don't know what's coming. Alright, let's do it again. It's going a lot better now. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you've had a lot of practice, the difficulty kind of disappears after a while. It's very easy, I think, to miss the tightness during playtesting once you're accustomed to the room, right? Because once you play it enough, it actually does feel substantially easier, and it's very easy to forget the perspective of having to see it the first time and learn what kind of adjustments need to be made. That's something I get even with some, you know, big professionally developed video games every now and then, is that occasionally you'll run into moments that just make you think, okay, they played this so much in testing, they don't remember what the new player experience is like. Okay, can we get it? Yes. Oh, got stuck. Got it? Am I tight? No, I'm not. And of course, we're not going to lose to the up pipe while the clock is ticking over there. Go. Fireflower. Alright, what's this about? Magic Koopa fight. Oh, okay, so we basically need him to come down here and hit him. No, he's not going to bounce over there, so what are we doing then? Oh, whoops. Hang on, whoops, that's not right. Hang on, I'm clearly not reading this properly yet. Oh, I see. No, I need him to drop. Okay, yeah, I need him to hit the blocks and drop something like a Koopa for me, so we can fire a Koopa shell down below and start wrecking everything. And the little slot in the bottom left acts as a dispenser for the Koopas, or rather as a garbage chute. So yeah, we actually do need to have him fire vertically, so we do need to put ourselves in a bit of a risky position so we can maximize our chances of having a Koopa spawn. Goomba spawn is not going to be useful. Sminy is also not going to be useful. But yeah, you don't want him to angle this too shallowly to the right or left. Because then you have something like this where Koopa spawn, they got crushed. Okay. There we go. There's a little bit of waiting to find the correct spawn, but you just need to hit him twice, maybe he'll appear here. There we go. Yeah, 2 shell hits actually make that pretty reasonable. Problem, of course, is that you get no timer. Wouldn't triple jump hit? Do we have enough room to triple jump? I feel like we can. Yeah, triple jump would totally hit, but in the middle... Oh, you know what? We'll walk the Koopa. Oh, that totally would have worked, too. This is interesting. Nope. No up throws, unfortunately. But we can eradicate these and just kind of freeze them. There we go. And then we need to hit again once we have something to bounce on. You know what? We can spin jump on Spinies too. Not Koopas, but we can just spin jump on the Spinies, so I didn't consider that. There we go. And then, yeah, we have to crush the Munchers on the left. Takes a moment to read this, but we'll get it. Nope. Oh, now we're short, so that's gonna be a bit of a problem. And clear the room a little bit. There we go. And then I was trying to go for the cloud. That's why I died there. I know I could have gone for the axe, but I thought, oh, you know what? We'll go for the cloud and we'll fly up to see if there's any bonus or coins or something upstairs. And of course, that killed me, so. Koops Trooper, you're saying you like this fight, but you do wish there was a way where the chain chomps don't jump over the shell. Yeah, yeah. Hey, double Koopa shell. Let's not have them eliminate each other. Oh, you mean just like that? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a risk you're going to have to take in a way. As long as you're not too tight on the timer or something, particularly if you're not starting a checkpoint. Oh, so I was trying to kill him with a shell, and then that was not as great as an idea as I thought it would be. Okay, so we do need to eliminate some space every now and then. I feel like triple jump actually should work as well, but we shouldn't risk it. So yeah, what's happening is that you have these spawns coming out of here. Okay. We should... Oh, no. Spiny just came up towards me. Yeah, interesting use of the Magic Koopa for sure. And for the second room, it's very well disguised what's happening until you start seeing it in action. Okay, let's... Oh, mushroom. Why, thank you. We totally needed that. Okay. Well, either it hits or doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, we actually kind of want to be aiming it close to the middle if we can, and then... Look at that, 3 mushrooms in this cycle already. That's okay. It is possible to lose, I think, if you just have him eliminate every block. But then, you know, by that point you're getting into timer trouble anyway, I think. You eliminate every block and he's still alive. Look at that, more mushrooms. Are we? Okay, I hope we're not at entity limit or something for enemies. I was concerned about that. But we shouldn't be, because blocks are being eliminated. Blocks on tracks. Do I know how to do shell jumps? Some of the time. I have done shell jumps. I have done Kaizo levels, but my success rate might be questionable. We haven't even gotten a single hit yet because we've spawned like 3 or 4 mushrooms. And one way around that, actually, is for this room and only this room, you load a ton of power-ups off screen, so you overload the power-up limit in this room. I don't know if you have enough elements in the palette available to do that, but maybe if you have a big like item overload to force the Magic Koopa to never spawn mushrooms, maybe that would work. I feel like we might have some kind of entity limit problem or something right now, but shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. I think we're just drawing bad RNG. But yeah, I think you should be able to dump like tons and tons of mushrooms in the editor, just basically one column off screen, and do that to limit the mushroom spawns if you can. I feel like we might be getting mushroom spawns because maybe enemies or something are at limit for some reason, but they shouldn't be, because like if they're dying to the lava down there, they... And if blocks are being peeled off the tracks, I don't know why that would be a problem. No. Okay, there we go, shell. There we go. Now we're in business almost. There we go. 111 seconds to do the rest. That seemed unusually long, but... Okay, let's not try to do the triple jump this time. It's positioned in the middle in such a way that triple jump might actually be kind of hard to do. Oh. You know what? We'll bounce this here. And we'll just... Okay. And... Whoops, that was not great. Oh. I'm gonna run into some issues here. Go to Spinies. Alright, let's totally do something foolish. Oh! I was trying to hit him with a shell, and that's what I got for my trouble. Fired it a little bit low. I was trying to fire it towards the axe so we could kill it and take the cloud. Double jump should reach. Yeah, that's right, because you do get a little bit of height on the double jump. Okay, well that was silly. Let's hope we don't get like 6 or 7 mushrooms this time. Maybe next time I do that I should make sure I have a power up or two first and then decide to play that way. Okay, this time should be a lot quicker. Much better. 150-second improvement. Yeah. Double jump doesn't seem to quite reach, but maybe with a twirl or something. You'd have to be pretty precise. You know what? We'll put this here. We'll spin it and get... Whoop. No, never mind. Spin didn't go for me that time. We could have spin jumped on that guy too, actually. We should have considered that. Oh. That was accidental hits all over the place. We'll just leave the Buzzy Shell here for a moment. Oh, no. I keep forgetting about the spin doing the initial Fire Flower shot. Whoops. Well, that takes care of the Fire Flower problem, at least. Oh. Now we're going to get into massive trouble. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have the speed for it. That's right, that's right. That's okay, we'll try to get some better draws here this time. Okay, there we go. And let's see if we're going to hit. Nope. Yeah, that's just going to happen. Yeah, so you start getting coins with one enemy on the field. Oh, I know what the issue is now, I think. If I'm not mistaken, let's see if we get any mushroom spawns before the Spiny dies. I think I might see what the issue is. Or, oh, maybe not. Okay, never mind, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Not quite. Leave this guy here. Spin. Looks a little better. Okay. Okay. Fancy play, but totally unnecessary. Whoop. Now we made a total mess out of this. Okay. There we go. Let's just let the shell come up. Nope. I'm getting into trouble now. Alright. You know it's gonna happen. You know it's gonna happen. There we go. And we killed it. Actually, we need to kill it if it hits the axe. There we go. So that was some interesting foresight there. But we made it. Okay, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, we tried that so many times at that point we had to do it and see it through, so... Thank you so much for the bits. Double bits? I mean, it was kind of like a double feature level, so... And Koopstroop here, taking the world record. Congratulations. Parnassus. Let's see. I think Parnassus might have dipped out. In which case we'll do Azure Server first. Probably. Yeah, let's take a look here. I don't see Parnassus on the chat list, so he might have dipped out for now, so we'll just bypass that and go on to Azure instead. Totally understand if people have to go sometimes because we, take forever, but Azure Surfer I do see still around. If you'd like to check in, that would be preferred, but let's at least take a look. Oh, did we enter something incorrectly? H3Y, oh, 70H, 70H. Mistyped that. Buccaneer Heights. Ahoy, matey. So you're looking for treasure, aye? Basti, make use of the cannons. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm not sure if the maker's still here, but this is theoretically easy enough that we might as well just do it quickly first. Although I don't know why I'm still trying to spin, even though we're no longer in SMB U, but I was definitely trying to twirl in midair there, just out of habit. Okay, let's do this. It gives you a pretty clear preferred landing zone, so that's fairly well indicated. Oh. Wonder if outrunning these cannonballs potentially gives me something. Like we can run these over here. Just watch. Just for the style. We'll stay on pace with the cannons. Just to see if they can give me some... Oh, that was a bad idea. Bad idea. Right before checkpoint, too. Yeah, Koopstroop, I noticed that a little while ago that Mario Maker codes end in FG or H. I think it was another streamer who pointed it out to me as well. Aki Setsuna, welcome once again with the raid. Let me give you a big shout out. In both styles. Oh, that reminds me. I actually need to fix some of my commands. There's some changes in a API. Yeah, Hyperion Smokestack. I do those self-inflicted bad ideas often, especially when I'm in easier levels where I'm totally complacent. Okay. Yeah, I try too many style plays. Oh, let's not do that. And yeah, Blitz 8's Wall, rather. Happy holidays to you as well. And I hope that everybody who does celebrate is having a marvelous time. Always checking for secrets, very well placed. Well, actually, dude, you were about to do your mod duties for once. Yeah, I imagine that. Whoops. Whoops, no, I hit too many of those. That's okay, we're right at checkpoint. That was a bit of a reading the chat death as well. And yeah, so, Aki Setsuna, I hope things were well in your stream. I Made the same mistake, but that's okay, we survived. And then this is just some good old platforming. Pretty clearly indicated where you have to just do a fall. Here you can go either way and still miss. One, two, three, four. There we go. Anything else around here? There might be. I can't seem to reach up there, though. Well, let's get in. Okay, it's hammer time. And probably stunlock time, too. We have to watch out. Gonna jump down, though. It would be nice if we could eliminate his friends, but that's okay. He doesn't need to. Oh. Oh. I'm still mentally in NSMB mode where I'm thinking, oh, you know what, we'll just wall jump out of trouble if we do that. Nope, of course not. Nice little 10 coin there to reward you for just going for that little extra jump. Let's not restart from scratch. And there was a Jackbox day for you, yeah. Seems like that's definitely very good party stream material for a lot of people, so. Blitz A12's favorite Koopaling is Lemmy, yeah. He's got a bounce in his step. Indeed, in everybody else's step. Okay, let's not get hit by the stunlock. Or by anybody diving in. Then, oh. Okay, at least he eliminated his friend. Good. And eliminated me as well. Also, sound seems to be dead. Let me fix that quickly. Will just be a moment. Yep. Thanks for letting me know promptly. I did notice. For once. Yeah, we have such a mess of cables here now. We have all kinds of issues that have been introduced. But that's okay. I think we fixed it. Let me check. Okay, should be fine. Let's not hit start over or exit. And continue. Is it really a battle royale if it's 3-on-1? I mean, I guess he was hitting his friends, but that's just friendly fire, right? It's not any less royale. Anyway, let's continue. So I've actually never played one of the Jackbox games. I've seen enough people run it on stream, though, that I definitely see why it's good streaming material. But I've never really kind of had a, you know, Jackbox group among friends or something. I think sometimes, as with some other social games like Among Us and the like, it's sort of best if you have a group that you can put together for it, perhaps. I know a couple of people, speaking of, you know, more social games that are good for streaming activities, I know a couple of people who have really gotten to Codenames. And I keep meaning to actually, you know, play Mario Party with people I watch at some point, but you just never get around to it. But that's partly because I'm only really available at very inconvenient times sometimes, so. Whoa. Hammers all over. Oops, Trooper Codenames is great. You got into it yourself, yeah. You absorb a lot of trivia, so there's a lot of Jackbox to place to your strengths, yeah. Yeah, I've never been much of a trivia person. I'm kind of surrounded by people who actually are really serious trivia people. And who have played major competitions, but I'm kind of much better with concepts and patterns than with specifics when it comes to memory, so trivia isn't that good a fit for me, I found, from experience. Wow, look at that. I made contact that time too, it's just he didn't even get into the animation of getting into shell form. You could hear the contact with the shell because my audio is working again, but definitely we got hammered. I wonder if there is like a freebie power-up hanging around in a secret spot here somewhere, maybe. Lethal Company is huge in a moment. I saw a couple of people streaming that, but I haven't actually watched it, so I don't really know what it is. I know a couple of people had switched over to it as their social streaming game. But anyway, let's go over here. And we need to spin jump more just to get out of trouble, but that's okay. Let's not get whacked. We're going to get out of here with Mushroom. Totally lowered the clear rate on this one just from messing around so much, but let's get out of here, and then that's the gate. And Coops Trooper, you've done trivia competitions. Your biggest areas of knowledge are science, history, and sports, yeah? Yeah, is there a particular format that you played? Because I knew a couple of people who were in either the University Quiz Bowl or University Challenge circuits. And they're very, very serious. It's funny because they're not necessarily the best people you want in pub quizzes, which are kind of a different skill set on their own. Aki, you're saying the biggest competition you've been in for trivia was beating out most people to get into a Weakest Link game. I remember when that was on television. You are the weakest link. Squink, if you are still hanging about. Okay, Coops Trooper, you're a quiz bowl person. Yeah, having seen Quiz Bowl in action, Coops Trooper, I know that one thing that I can't really do is sort of processing information while listening to it at the same time. The way that people can do with pyramidal clue structures, where you really are processing lots of data in real time and kind of getting in there and interrupting. I actually had somebody, from that circuit read clues to me once just to try out how I would do, and I don't kind of do that real-time clue processing very well at all. Winter of Discontent in Termina. Mend your woes and transform them into a mask. It's the Song of Healing. It's Majora's Mask, and it is hashtag Team Music with 70%. Let's lower that a little bit. And that's the Song of Healing for sure. Oh, we totally wrecked the snowballs and deprived ourselves of a chance to jump on top of that. And that. You know what? Wait a minute. Never mind. We can just shoot that. Why don't we just shoot it? And then that too. Missed it. We're going to miss every bonus coin in this level. Almost. Oh, look at that. Reminds me of a troll level I played very recently, this Night Castle segment, and specifically act of forgetting that you're in Night Castle. That was a very memorable psychological troll somebody pulled on me recently. And a level that well, I don't want to spoil which level it is, but it's been very widely played as a kind of intro troll. And that's right, it is the Song of Healing. And, oh look, you have the Triforce over here. Is this the flag that's hidden here? Yes, it is. I thought so. Mwahaha. That effect there made a big difference. Now is the winter of our discontent. Or was. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it will be a much bigger point reward on my channel to be reading entire passages from Richard III, but, you know, close enough. That was the winter of our discount tent, exactly. And, yeah, Hyperion, thank you so much. And Sapphire, we will indeed change to Donkey Kong as soon as I'm able. Or we'll just try to, you know, put a little bit of a roll in our jumps and that'll be close enough. Yeah, Electric Dude, I've got to give you something to dump your points in at some point. We haven't updated our rewards in several years. Okay. Thank you so much for cheers. Anyway, Shushiro next. Glad you could catch us live. As I was saying before, Korean viewers are pretty restricted these days on Twitch, which is kind of in its dying days over in the country. So, it's glad to see Korean makers able to make it to the stream. Wonder Flower House. This house can undergo amazing changes using Wonder Flowers. Omega. And thank you so much for the follow. Make an entire stream into a Shakespeare reading. Koopstreamer, one thing that I've told people I want to do at some point, although I don't know when I'll do it, is to actually do a reading stream of the storybooks in Super Mario Galaxy. Because a little while ago, I was trying to find like a good storybook reading of it on YouTube, and there actually isn't one of somebody who's, you know, a decent storybook reader going through the whole thing in a way that you could just watch on video. I feel like I should actually just record that at some point. But anyway, this house can undergo amazing changes using Wonder Flowers. Let's see it. Luca, welcome. And very happy Christmas to you as well. And yeah, wonderful thumbnail art, as always. Blitz as well. The thing is, trivia is not just a matter of being knowledgeable, particularly in formats such as Quiz Bowl, where the clues have a particular structure. So, okay, so Koops Trooper can explain this better than I can because he actually plays. But in quiz competitions, sometimes you have clue structures. This totally feels like a Wonderflower house. That start with general information and get more and more specific, and you have to be faster than everybody else at getting the correct answer from partial information. So a lot of it is being able to process general information before the clues get more and more detailed. And so you have to have like really good inferential skills and also a great deal of experience playing tournaments. Wow, look at this little effect here. Shushiro recently made that Mission Impossible level, which I highly, highly recommend, by the way. And here's another little sneaky one here, where we're running around with the Wiggler with a spotlight. I mean, for those of you who have played Wonder, you'll kind of recognize the Wiggler race as well. And it is a Wiggler race. You have to run with it, even though it's pretty relaxed in terms of stopping at the gate. So, wait a minute. What did I miss here? Do we need to release a switch somewhere? Let's look around. I probably do. Okay, wait a minute. What did I miss? Is there something I can activate? Or did I break something? Oh, okay, no, it's a semi-solid, it's not a wall. That's very silly. See, you have to see me goof up and stuff like that before you start telling me that I'm being particularly clever here. Anyway, we solved the Wonder Flower. It was just a matter of recognizing that this is a semi-solid, and that's how you beat the level. What do you fly over with a squirrel suit? No. We hit the wall. Or the ceiling, rather. Quality Humor, welcome. And Mang as well. Yeah, really nice. Especially the implementation of the music for the effect, too. So, worked out very well. I love seeing so many Wonder tribute levels come up already. It tells you what an impact the game has made in a short time. Okay, Get Dev, if you're still here, please check in and we'll take a look at you in a moment. I think you're still here. I see you in the chat. Yep, you are here. Thank you for confirming. Let's see how the current queue is doing. So, oh, we're blasting through this. Ah, one screen puzzle. Great. Yeah, actually, GetDev, I think I have seen you in the puzzle Discord, and I knew you were a puzzle maker because you've been playtesting with some other people that we feature on the stream every now and then. So let's take our time with it, since the queue after you is short right now. The secret impresses no one. The trick you use it for is everything. Quality Humor, probably the second best Mario game to come out this year. I'm going to solve what you're saying in just a moment. I'm going to think about that. Okay. What do you mean? I don't know. Probably don't mean Grand Poo World 3 or something, but... let's see. Okay, so the object here is to go probably out the top right pipe. Am I correct? Let's go back in here and just take a look at the entrance again. The entrance is just an entrance. There's no gate here yet, so yeah. You can go through the top above the cloud, but then if you do, then you would drop through the middle, and then you would lose access to dropping down here. I assume that the blocks are going to be invisible blocks that you can't hit because they will block you off, which means that if you take a look at the pipe that is in the top right, it would be from activating the note block. The note block would spawn a vine. You would have to use the vine climb in order to get through the block while you are in the off state. I don't see an on-off switch here. Possibly it's out of camera range, or it's another trigger that we haven't seen yet. Oh no, the on switch is bottom right. Okay, so we see that. E-switch and spring stack. And the line in the top middle is probably also an invisible block, which tells me that that might also be a vine climb. We need to experiment a bit just to see where everything is in this level, I think. Because it'll be a matter of hitting the on-off switch. So you can, for example, drop the pouch through here and have a floor, but the problem is that then you lose access to whatever's up here. Quality Humor, you do mean Grand Poo World 3, I see. I'm glad I know you so well. Now, we need to... And yeah, I know that Grand Poo World 3 has been making rounds with a lot of the big Mario streamers, and that there's quite a bit of completionist content to do with it nowadays as well. Okay, let me focus here. Hit the on-off switch, and then we need to find our way to get over to the donut block in the top right with the P-switch active. We drop through the P-switch, and then we need an object that we can drop on top of the note block. So we basically need to carry an object through the donut block in the top right and drop there while the P is still available. Now, I think I know how to do it. If you have POW on top of spring over here, then you can go through this block without activating it. But the problem with that is that then you go up there and then you have no object to actually work with. So I'm thinking like POW on top of spring here, gets you through here, and the POW pushes you through without your head bonking. on this element here. I don't know what's going on with the piranhas and icicles yet. That's something to think about as well. Because I wonder if that will be relevant. But right now, the thing we should do is actually drop the POW through here, because we can pick it up again when we're down here. And drop it on top of a spring after that. And then we can push through. We should actually hit this to spawn a vine that will allow me to go up top. Let's see if it actually does. Fine? Yes, it is. And that'll give me a fine climb up to the top, and then we need to basically escort an object upstairs. And that could be done with an object throw through here, actually. But then you would need an object throw there. And you can't have it be the P-switch that you jump off of, because the P-switch would activate the block that's under a cloud, and then you won't be able to go through that way. Crafty Pixel, welcome. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I was actually starting to set up to play Super Mario World hacks back in April 2020, and then patch 3.0 for this game came out, and I just got so wrapped up in Maker I didn't wind up actually streaming any hacks. I've been meaning to get back into it for some time, but it won't happen for some time because I'm hoping to spend a lot of early 2024 with Maker 1 before the servers go down. But, you know, basically getting into hacks as a player rather than a spectator has been on my to-do list for a very long time, and I think a lot of Mario Maker players end up there eventually. I want to just test out one thing here first. I want to make sure that this interaction works the way I think it does. Oh, no, I hit the POW by mistake. I have to get on top of the POW. Let's just get out of here. Quality Humor, no, I'm not going to do the Team Zero thing. I do know that War Spy King has been trying to recruit people into it. So Team Zero, for people who don't know, is a project to try to get clears on all of the remaining Maker 1 levels that have not been cleared. Personally, I don't think I'm the kind of player who's able to do that, because it's a lot of stuff that's going to be, you know, uber precision stuff and other levels that are just kind of strange and uncleared for good reason. But I'm planning to... I mean, I will be doing some hard content, but I'm planning to get through some makers that I know well, but whose Maker 1 levels I haven't completely played, and particularly some puzzle makers. Because then we can kind of get back into Maker 1 puzzle mechanics one last time. Okay, maybe that doesn't work that well after all. I was really hoping... Maybe if you kind of jump with the POW and then soft drop it on yourself while you're on top of the spring, but then if you jump, then you would hit the block, and that's not good. So I think maybe you don't use that to push through, and maybe you can't use it to push through anyway. What you would have to do is you want to bounce something high enough that you can catch it on this side, perhaps. But there's no other way to come back up, though. That's the issue. That there's no other way to come back up through this. You would need to throw some object. Anyway, the first step has to be POW drop followed by this. There's no other way to do it. Now, is there any reason not to hit the on-off switch? No, the only reason not to hit the on-off switch is if you want to activate the POW and grab a second one at some point, which might actually be the case. There may be a reason to do it. But yeah, you definitely need to have a P-switch activation while you're on top over here. Because... no, you don't. You can do a P-switch activation down here and then climb and then drop through here. But the problem is that you would need an object available here, which tells me that we actually want a spring to pop an object up the top from this side, where you do some kind of throw, and then maybe... no, it wouldn't be a POW, but... let me think about that, because POW on top of a vertical trampoline is still going to be a POW hit, right? As far as I recall. POW has a soft landing against a sideways spring. but I think it's a hard landing against the vertical. So let me see here. It really looks like this is supposed to push me through. But anyway, like I said, the reason to potentially activate the POW. Oh, no. Here's what it is. You bounce the Piranha. If you bounce the Piranha with a collision, then the Piranha ends up in the top middle. And then when you have a POW respawn, then the POW respawn is going to land on top of the Piranha and bounce. Now the problem with this is that you need to not kill the Piranha when you activate the first POW. But that should be okay. We basically need to move the Piranha up. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. Now, is it up with the P or up with the POW? We're going to find out. Yeah, like that. And because it's on the wall, it still dies. Okay, so we don't want to do that. But the idea is that you want the POW to fall on top of the Piranha and bounce. And it's going to bounce on top of the spring that's loaded in this position. Not in this position. Oh, maybe the spring also kind of needs to bounce on top of the Piranha. Like if you throw it like that, and then it bounces into position. Because then that's the way that you could get the spring to load an object up into this position, like the POW. It would have to be the POW. You take the POW, and then you drop through here with a P-switch. And you win. Presumably. But we need to keep the Piranha alive to get a POW bounce. So maybe... That's okay, let's start over and actually map this out. And yeah, that's the thing, Quality Humor, is that like I think if I tried to go for Team 0, I wouldn't clear very much, and it would just not be a good use of my time with Maker 1. I want to show off... because the thing is, most of the Maker 1 I've ever played was before I ever got a capture card, right? I only got a capture card a couple months into Maker 2. And so I actually want to go back and record a lot of old favorites as well, from, you know, levels that I remember and levels by friends and other things. And of course, a lot of levels from people that I met in Maker 2 who were already very active in Maker 1, so we can totally embarrass them. Actually, a lot of them were already very, very good in Maker 1, and that's kind of the point I'm making here. But let's take the POW. If we can find a way to destroy and reload a POW on the top pipe. And so let me show you what's going to happen here. If you toss, and oh no, it doesn't do it. Something else might bounce though. It wouldn't be the POW. The POW would just kill everything, especially if it hits the wall. So yeah. But I definitely feel like that is the move that you have to make with the Piranha. Possibly you need to bump it up even higher with a double stack. And you were in middle school making garbage Maker 1 levels, and you remember having some uncleared ones. You think at this point they've probably been cleared, yeah. I mean, let's see here. Maybe if we do a double stack. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to load the POW on top of the P and just try to push the Piranha even higher and see if that works. And now it's not making contact with ground. And now it's a little bit higher in such a way that maybe it will bounce an object if you... well, it won't be the P, because the P switch is something that we'll need to activate. But... maybe... we can do another object bounce through here. We'll see. I mean, we definitely need to activate this. So the reason I'm not hitting the on-off switch yet is because if we can find a way to activate the POW without... Oh! If we can find some kind of remote activation of the POW that would be out of the way of the Piranha, then we can load a second POW. The idea is that we want a second POW to load in such a way that... Well, let's try Destro first. Let's see if it still makes contact the same way or not. No. Does that. Okay. Let me try to P-switch throw just so we know what the throw interaction is. And just so we see it bounce. Yeah, it lands like that, and it lands like this. Interesting. Lands all the way back here. Maybe the Piranha actually should have been in the lower tile. Let's try it again. Okay. This has got to be the first move. I think it's basically forest. And I think the vine here is also basically forest. I don't see the on-off switch affecting anything else, but let's try to move this just by one tile here. I just want to see what some of the interactions will be so we just know where things are placed, because if the POW comes down from the pipe, it'll be important. But the thing is, I don't know when it will be safe to activate the POW in such a way that the Piranha doesn't get dislodged. So the idea is that if you, for example, have the P and you throw it here, it's like that. We won't actually be using the P. What we want is we want a POW to come down through the pipe. And if it comes down through the pipe, then a POW lands there, potentially on top of a spring or something. And, oh, or we could push two objects like this, where you see it's kind of sideways. Nope, doesn't collide. But if we had P under POW, except the POW isn't really going to drop in that position. We had something like P under POW, or perhaps even like a sideways interaction like this. Let's show you what it looks like, even though we're not doing it this way. So if we had a collision with the P under POW, then maybe that actually gets you decently far. But not enough. Anything coming out of the right side? No. Anyway, we know the final move has to be P-switch active. You take almost certainly going to be a POW down here. I can't imagine being the spring because we need a spring to reject some other objects. And then you drop it on a spring, you climb out. But you can't hit this until you have the POW that you are looking for. Here's one thing that could happen. Activating the P-switch while the POW is bouncing into the top... Oh, whoops, not that. Okay, you see that P block that's under the cloud in the top left. If the POW overlaps with that cloud... Hypercat, welcome. You're saying it's so fascinating to listen to someone figure this out. Yeah, we do a lot of puzzle streams here, actually, where we talk through puzzles like this. Sometimes I spend hours on a single puzzle and we don't actually solve it, but that's just the price you pay for taking that risk. Look at this. If you have POW on top of spring in this position, here's what happens. That you can activate the P-switch and destroy the POW. If you destroy the POW, then a POW comes down, hits the Piranha, lands on top of this, POW would go up. Wait, but if you're bouncing the POW on top of the spring to begin with, you don't need that second interaction though, so I don't know why. It's just that having the POW overlap here is one of the few ways I can think of to destroy it safely without killing the Piranha. Unless the Piranha is sort of in the air or something at a time that you do an activation. Like, we'll try to set it up to see if I can demonstrate this. Yeah, unfortunately, like, POW activation is going to kill the Piranha at this point. But then it drops like that. But we want it to do the bounce. I think it's got to be the bounce. That's the only reason the Piranha exists, is to be dislodged from that position. So we just need to figure out how to put a lot of these maneuvers together. You have one idea, but you think it's finicky. It potentially is a finicky solution, so who knows. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe I could push myself through here in the middle, but it looks like it's not really going to be very easily doable. then we'll see, because we did try it earlier, and it looks like it's actually very difficult to make it happen, to let myself get pushed by the POW. Like this. It's actually very difficult to get on top of the POW while you're... Oh, no, you can do it. But then if the spring is there, then you have some trouble dropping that down. Unless, of course, you climb up like this. Ah, I see. I see. What you want to do is you want to have the POW kind of be a little further to the left. Enough that you have enough room to run off of it to get up above the cloud. In a way that we've done here. So yeah, getting pushed through with a POW actually has to be part of the solution, I think. Let me do this. And what if the POW is on top at the time? Then is it an overlap, or does the POW get bounced? I think it might potentially get bounced in a way that the POW comes back down, but then why would you want that? Because if the POW is kind of centered, or if we toss the POW off screen by taking it above the ceiling. Yeah, it's not going to be something like P-switch. So we know that POW will get me through, but... yeah, let's think about this again. It really does seem like the left side column is set up in such a way that you're giving yourself the option of pushing through that. Yeah, thank you for the patience of people behind this level in queue. I know that puzzles can take a while, but we'll try to do it. So the idea is that you do this, and then, yeah, like I said, whoops, no, that's a mistake. Hang on, let's start over. I actually wonder if there will be some kind of interaction that maybe allows you to exit with an object and come back down over here. Where if you can smuggle Mario plus an object here, like the P-switch for instance, and then you come down with the P-switch, well, let's see. Because you can definitely toss the P-switch and then go upstairs and then take the P-switch and bring it out, right? There's no point to bringing the POW out with you because... oh, no, you can't do that because you need a P-switch to raise a piranha. But then you can throw the P-switch afterwards. So is there any benefit to maybe going out through the pipe and coming back in with the P-switch? Well, I suppose it allows you to potentially drop into the right with the P. But then you would land on the P, it would activate it, and then you would have to basically dash to the exit, so it can't be it. This is the first time you're watching someone solve it. Yeah, I'm sure it's a very entertaining experience to see what it is I'm missing, but... like I said, I do try to do puzzle streams every now and then, specifically so we can, you know, give these levels the proper time they deserve. Yeah, if I can't solve it right away, just in the interest of getting through the queue, I'll either come back to it at the end of the stream, and if you're not here, you can still come back to the recording, or I'll save it for the next puzzle stream, but I'll try to get as far as I can. While we're still trying new ideas and progressing, I feel like it's important to stick with it. So the idea is that you can bump the piranha up, then you can bump yourself up. We don't want to bump ourselves up while the piranha is still there, perhaps, but let's say we move ourselves up, take the P, come back out with the P. Why would we want to do that? Unless... Yeah, because if we find a way to destroy the POW and have a... like, the way I imagine this is that we have a POW drop from the pipe, bounce off the Piranha, and then bounce up above the cloud. And then we have an object that's up there, and we have a way to get it out. It's the only way I can see, actually. Unless we find a way to smuggle the spring up top and myself in such a way that allows me to... maybe you can do it, because if you have spring plus P and then P pushes the POW, the way that we did previously. The problem is that if you fall back down onto the spring, you're kind of trapped there, except no, you're not, because you can fall back through the middle, so okay. So let's do this again, just one more time. And very carefully. Okay, there we go. We'll put the POW kind of like this, and we'll see how the Piranha actually bumps it. Maybe. Put it in the middle like this. Because then that allows you to jump through. And maybe the Piranha will bump it, and maybe it won't. And then why would you want POW to be bumped in that position? I think if you throw the P first, and then you throw the spring, that wouldn't make sense. But maybe you create an obstruction such that the spring falls into place. Like if you like this, like this. And the Sneaky Sea Otters, welcome to the queue. Any user, out of curiosity, do I have any interest in Geometry Dash? Any user, we were talking about that earlier. Because we have a couple of Geometry Dash players in the community who did tell me about 2.2. I don't know if I'll have time to do it anytime soon, but I've been encouraged by enough people in the Maker community that I probably should at some point, because I knew that if I ran like a Geometry Dash viewer level stream or something, that plenty of you would actually have things to show me. Okay, so if you move the Piranha up like that, it does not deflect the POW, but I'm just trying to think of a way to eliminate the POW and get it out of the way, while also allowing myself to get through. That's not going to be it. Let's think about this. That bumper is offset, yes. Yes. This one here, it's centered. You notice that. It's very satisfying, but at the same time just very enigmatic, because I mean, it's offset partly to restrict your throwing space over here. I mean, also because it looks nice and symmetrical, but and any user, when I get to it, there'll be a nice selection of more mature 2.2 levels. Yeah, like I said, the priority for the next few months is probably going to be Maker 1, because we want to get more stuff in Maker 1 done before the server shutdown. So things like Geometry Dash 2.2, Mario World ROM hacks, etc., like a lot of that stuff will have to wait. And we currently don't know what the outlook is for 2024 yet when it comes to, you know, potentially a Switch successor launching late in the year or anything like that, so we'll have to plan quite a bit accordingly. A lot of little Timmy levels right now, yeah, probably. I mean, you know, I never play Endless in this game. I probably wouldn't play Endless or Random Queue there either. Once we have some actual viewer creations to look at, that would be a better time, I think. Okay, so we know how to move ourselves up. We know how to move the Piranha up. We know how to take the P out of the pipe and back in if we want to do that, but I don't see why we want to do that. It would give you P plus POW and allow you to take the P switch up to the top level. That's the only thing that I can see. But then it would rob you of the ability to use the Piranha for anything useful, I think. Unless you take the POW down afterwards. Bump the Piranha. I'm still thinking that the only way to actually destroy the POW is A, carry it out to top left, or B, destroy it, carry it, you know, and like toss it off screen or something. Or B, take it, oh, you know what? No. Here's another way we could do it is, whoops. A POW could be successfully destroyed if it is bouncing back towards the blue blocks, and then while it's bouncing towards the blue blocks, you hit the on-off switch. Then you hit the on-off switch again, it releases the pipe, and then it drops a fresh POW. Now, why would we want to do that, though? Because we want to get the POW bounce on the Piranha, but there's still a bit of an issue here, I think, with getting other objects in the correct position. Anyway, the thing I was thinking about, because I want to show off what it looks like, is, whoops, you drop this here, drop the POW here, and you drop the P on the left side. And then you take the P back up to top. In fact, you don't even need to take the P through, because it would just give you the same state as what you have here with P plus POW on this side. Except, of course, it would reduce the... it would reset the spring position, which actually we want to do, because then it allows me to go back down, maybe. Why would we want to do that? Head bump and POW here. Let's say we take this through here. We have to be access to the P switch up here. Because then this is no longer time sensitive. In the event that if we can't climb through the vine and we have to go through the top left instead, then we can still hit the P and still have time to come through here. I don't know that it makes that much of a difference though, because it, you know, it doesn't take long to do the vine climb. And the thing is, you still need some kind of object to take us through here. And now you're in a position where you can't actually get back into the top left because you don't have anything to ride into that position. So, okay, this is probably not helpful then. Wait a minute. But why can't we... Wait. If you have the off switch, and if this is not a vine, okay. I see. I thought the whole time it was a vine, and of course it isn't, because you could just jump on it this way and it would spawn and you just climb up. Of course it's not that. You actually need another object on top of here to act as a lift. Well, that's why you drop the POW on top of it. You drop the POW on top of it and you ride the POW through the block. So it's the same interaction as before, as you said, this is not a vine. You just drop a POW on top and then you ride the POW through in the off state. So you definitely need to take the POW through with you here, which is how we initially read this anyway. Get Dev, yes, I have seen the film The Prestige, where, well, that's why I have the idea that I'm thinking about here, where you kill the POW somehow safely and you respawn a second one, right? Because that looks like it's exactly the thing that you would do in a level themed after The Prestige. And, I mean, it's definitely not, intentionally dying and being replaced by a co-op partner or something. But I'm definitely thinking of ways to destroy the POW safely. And bring it back. We may have to think on this a little bit further. Let me see how many people I'm holding back in a queue, just so I know what's going on. Okay, Goose Trooper, Crafty Pixel, Hypercats, Sneaky Sea Otters. Okay, yeah, we won't take too long, but I want to progress a little bit while we still can. The title and the description offer cryptic clues. I mean, we can always look at the description again, but I assume that it's going to be something like an item swap. Let me just take a look at it. We'll come back in. The secret impresses no one. The trick you use it for is everything, yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the process of solving these as well. It just takes us some time sometimes. Yeah, the POW over here. Yeah, we kind of know what a lot of the steps to the solution are going to look like. But what we don't know right now are how to get things into the right positions. And I really feel quite strongly that POW falling down on top of the Piranha is going to be part of it. I really think it's going to involve POW falling down and Piranha being underneath. Can we actually just jump through here? No, we can't. And we can't P-jump through there. But if the spring is here, then we can spring through there and then toss the POW over to the left side. If the Piranha is here at the time already, then the POW drops and then springs up. So the thing is, how do we get spring plus POW in this position while I'm up here? That's what we would not have. Because I don't actually know how to get a spring into the top left, except with a throw, which puts me on the outside. I'll have to think about this. Yeah, because ideally... Yeah, because I don't know how to get Mario and a spring into the top left at the same time. That's the problem that I have right now. I don't know if that's the state we'll even need, but it looks like it would be significant progress. And Electrodude, you're going to take a walk. Yeah, enjoy your walk. And let's see over here. Okay, so right now we know a couple of states. We know how to get to Piranha there. Maybe if the Piranha is in the middle of being lifted, then... You see, the thing I'm thinking about is whether we have some way to do the remote activation of the POW that's out of range. But I don't actually see a place to do that. Because basically you would need to have some kind of sequence that's activating the POW in a way that's not directly triggered by Mario. Like if you have... You know, like basically if Mario is not at the beginning of the interaction chain, if you have something like an object destroyed. The only thing I can think of otherwise is to have the POW get activated by the on-off switch, which could be possible, but... Maybe if we have some kind of soft drop that allows an object to bounce on top of the Piranha quite a bit. Like, if we do this, let's say we stack this on the left side. So we maximize the height of the Piranha. By dropping an additional object on top. Carefully. Okay, so the Piranha is off of that at this point. And if it's there, I wonder if there's anything else that we can do over here. Because we could take the POW up, we'd have to be very careful when jumping off of that. We know that a P-switch would probably bounce back down like... Oh, okay, maybe not. We know that POW is going to go through it, though. And that's... P-switch is kind of a hard ceiling for Mario, so Mario can't actually get back up at this point. And thank you so much for the follow. Basically, if we had a POW kind of at a halfway position, we spring it up, then what do we do? Then potentially if we have a P-switch activation, then we destroy it, but... yeah, you can actually lift it like this. But it's not really going to get high enough to do anything, right? Like, you can, for instance, kind of drop halfway like this. Drop like this. Doesn't really do anything for me. What if I try to squeeze through? Don't think it works, but... And, yeah, Teon Rulon, if I've pronounced that even remotely close to what it's supposed to be. Welcome. Oops, no. That's a mistake. That's a little finicky, but... Okay. Let's try it again. Yeah, I'm still thinking about how to destroy the power in either location, or potentially jump through here to pop its mud away. Because I can definitely see the possibility of resetting the POW by taking it up to the top level and then throwing it off screen. But if you're taking it to the top level anyway, you've already solved the puzzle, right? If you manage to get it to the top, above the cloud, you've already solved it. So there's no reason why you would try to destroy it that way, by taking it up to the top and then chucking it. Like, the idea is that you take something here and you just toss it left or right and destroy the object that way off screen without activating it and killing the piranha. I might have a little bit of tunnel vision for that solution. It might be nothing like that. We've activated the P-switch already too, which is bad. So we know to take the P-switch through here. We know how to take it back. I would reset P-switch and POW in this position, and trampoline in the middle position. We know Piranha's not going to lift it. Whoa, no, that's a mistake. No, we can just respawn into this room. Okay. Then, yeah, there's actually so much you can do with these objects. It's hard to tell what exactly it's going to be. The placement of the on-off switch is actually very suspicious in its own way. What if we... Let me think about this. I wonder if there's any reason why we'd want to spawn this mine going down. Probably not, but we can do it if it comes to that. We also know that we can spawn... Well, we can let the piranha go up. It's going to overlap with the POW, I think, if we do it this way. What if we push the piranha up and there's a P on top and it drops? Would it just drop? Maybe it would. And then maybe that would put us in a state where it's suspended in the air. Let me try that. Sneaky Sea Otters, you could spawn the vine down. Let me show you. I'll just blow an attempt on this. See how the P-switch is on top here? Oh yeah, you can't actually do it. You don't have an object that will obstruct it. Because a POW would die to it. You had to POW on top, yeah. No, you can't do it. No, I was thinking that you could obstruct it. But the P-switch won't do it, so... You're right, the P-switch collisions are kind of interesting in that, you know, they actually are hard sealing for things like thrown objects in from Mario. There's no reason we would want to do that anyway. The whole point is to be able to take it through here and to have a way to get out without just carrying an object out with you. And of course, it's such a large column that you're unable to just, you know, bump something with your head all the way up. Yeah, at least you know what I was thinking. Yeah. There's no way to really do that, though. But here's what I'm thinking now, is that we throw P-switch first. I don't know why we would do that, but I just want to see what happens with the Piranha collision here. Does it get lodged into the same position under the P-switch? Because again, P-switch acts a bit strangely as a ceiling sometimes. Yeah, it actually just gets pinched into that position and doesn't move further, so that's not helpful. Yeah, I seriously think the Piranha Bump has to be a part of it. It's just that we have to find some way to activate a POW without blowing it up. And I wonder if... Well, we'll see. Yeah. Don't worry, we're not going to stay on this for too long today. I would like to... If I don't solve it now, I will definitely get back to it at some point, though, because I find it interesting. But we've also been spinning our wheels on it for a little bit because we've been thinking about the same few interactions. There's probably something I haven't considered yet. I mean, there's obviously something I haven't considered yet, but I do feel pretty strongly that it should be something with the Piranha bumping a POW into position. But the problem is that we don't even know how to get a spring into right place. Because the thing I have in mind, like I was saying, is... Oops, no. Basically, trampoline sending a POW up through the cloud in the top left. If we can set that up. Maybe it's not that, and maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way, but if we can get something to lift the POW above this location here, or something to jump on or stand on so we can move up manually. Or some way to destroy the POW remotely from over here. Then we're solid, but this is assuming a lot about the on-off switch as well. Yeah, at this point we can't get back up because of the POW position. So let's look at it one more time. So we got a couple of ideas so far. We know how to take the P-switch into the top left to basically reset this room with the P-switch in the top left. I don't see how that actually gives me progress. But it does allow me to place the P-switch ahead of time. And perhaps we can get a throw in a different position from that. So yeah, we know that the other valid first move is to just drop the POW here and then run to the top and come down, but I don't see why that would be useful because you just lose access to coming back through the left with spring plus POW. The spring plus POW here gets you back up. It also allows you to retrieve the POW. Potentially if you have spring plus E plus POW, then you can't really get on it. But then you could have spring plus P, and then the P would kind of come down and raise the POW, maybe. Yeah, fundamentally, I still don't know how to respawn the POW. That's all. You see, the only reason I can think of for this puzzle to involve the on-off switch at all is that we're supposed to use the POW respawn on top left pipe somehow. There's no other purpose for it. Otherwise, you know, why would you even have the switch? The only reason you would have the switch is to either A, use the blue blocks to destroy the POW, which I suspect might be the case, and B, have it back in the on state in order to spawn a new one, which can then do a drop on top of the piranha. And hopefully bounce into a better position from there. So we will have to see how under the piranha it's going to take it up. That's fine. This is the same kind of position as before, basically. I wonder if, while the piranha is in the process of being raised, if it's... I think it counts as being in the air. It is on top of another object, though, so... But that's not it. But... if we can somehow avoid destroying it... would be ideal. I just don't see a place to do it, except... what if you have P over here? You do this. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to soft drop it. Hang on. Let's try to center stack. I feel like that's not going to be it. For a couple of reasons, but... I just want to test this interaction for a moment. Let's say you have to stack the way it works now. And then if you kind of bump the block under the P, maybe it gives you an added bump on top of that. Possibly you even sneak this under. Yeah, momentarily bounce it high, and then you can kind of use your head bump. Nope, that's not going to work. I mean, it would obviously not be something like that because it would just circumvent the whole puzzle, but... I just want to try some things with it anyway. Yeah, no. Can't really do it. And sneak through the column that way. Although that would be kind of an interesting potential cheese technique if you can actually set it up. But I don't think you can. I think no matter what, it's just going to drop too quickly. And moreover, it's just not going to go through. Because POWs don't really tend to go through single columns anyway, right? So they don't squeeze very well through them. Oops, no. Worth a try, though. I want to try that once or twice, just to see if we can try it. It's obviously not going to be the intentional solution. If it worked at all, it would definitely qualify as a cheese, but I don't think it actually works. I think everything's positioned high enough that it's not really a possibility. We're still going to mess with it, though. Particularly with this block down below. Yeah, you can kind of do this momentary interaction where you bounce this. It actually bounces quite high if you make contact. But of course, you're not really in position to do anything about that when a POW is going up all the way to the top. So, you know, you're not really able to catch it or anything. And moreover, later if you're climbing up and a POW falls on your head, you've got a big problem. But it doesn't hurt to mess with it a little bit, just to see how we're doing. Whoops, no, hang on. That was a mistake. Set up again. It's not going to be this, but I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I don't really think it's possible, but you know, if you get somebody who's like a known cheese tester, like a Cyphus, or somebody who does a lot of the cheese proofing for one-screen puzzles, it's worth looking into because there's enough of a side bounce onto P that maybe it's actually possible to take it through to column this way, but it's obviously not the solution. Yeah. But somebody who's very precise might be able to do it, so it's worth looking at. Anyway, we'll try to make one more attempt here at the real solution and we'll bail out for now. Because currently... yeah, we have a couple of combinations that I found. We found out how to get the Piranha onto the top left. I know how to get myself on the left. We don't know how to get Spring plus Mario to the left at the same time. You suspect that's what a Japanese world record did. 39 seconds. I don't know, I feel like if you did that setup, you could do it in a lot shorter than 39, but maybe it took a few attempts. That kind of gives me a clue that the intended solution should not be that quick, but we didn't think it would be that quick. It's significantly faster than your clear check, yeah. If you know the solution already and how to execute, then that'd be it. Yeah, because I could imagine, like, maybe if someone's kind of making a few attempts at this, then they did in 35. Let's, that was accidental, but I did say I'd bail out for now. Yeah, I have to go back to this one. 56 seconds, and okay, about a 17-second gain on what you have here. Who's got this one so far? Ape Taster's got it, not surprising. Sir Schlecht has it, not surprising either. Both of them are ace puzzle designers who sometimes have some very esoteric technical knowledge. And so, yeah, that definitely tells me that we will have to... Itchy Knee has not gotten this one yet, and Itchy Knee is also somebody who really knows one-screen puzzles, so if he doesn't have it, then something's going on here I'm not seeing yet. Clear is very optimal, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I hope that was a useful playtest, and of course we'll get back to it, and I know where to find you on a puzzle Discord if you do have a re-upload or something, or a new code. But we might go back to this on a dedicated puzzle stream at some point, so we can spend a bit more time on it. Okay, so, thank you for the patience of anybody who has been waiting behind this one. Let me just check the current list. This will be last call, incidentally, I think. Oh no, we have some time. Actually, I'll leave the queue open for now. We have some time. Let's see how hard some other levels are, and then if clear rates become a problem, then we'll close the queue, but we can be on a little longer today. But probably closing the queue in just one or two more, depending on who's still around. So thank you to everybody who has been staying. I know that was a long sit through something we didn't keep clear. The trick to beating that level is pretending you are Wolverine and you're fighting Batman with magic. Exactly. And for some reason, you know, Nikola Tesla is hanging around. Yeah, the original novel, The Prestige by Christopher Priest, incidentally, is also very, very good. It's quite different from the film in some ways. But we're big fans of Christopher Priest around here. I've read a lot of his work. Highly, highly recommended. Okay. Raining Abyss. Kaizo has 2 shell jumps. Dotted off blocks indicate a twirl, and you got this. 0.4. So, yeah, we'll make some attempts at this. We'll try to clear it. If it's not going well, then we will probably close the queue by the end of it. And yeah, don't worry about contributing to the problem. We already are late to the first jump. This was supposed to be jumping on top of the bomb and then tossing to the left to get the coin, which is one of 3 coins that looks required. And then it will be, probably after firing that, a wall jump off of the one-way panels. One moment. 2 doors are for practice. Okay, check. Yeah, sorry about that. My microphone cables have been extremely finicky lately for some reason. And yeah, we only started having that problem about a week or two ago, but if I accidentally like tug on a cable or something, then sometimes it just totally disconnects. Anyway, let's go on. If you can hear me, that's good. And if you can hear the game as well. We missed a bomb. Let's start over. It's going to be bouncing on top of the bomb, toss to the left, and possibly wall jump off the one-way panel. Except we need to spin on the bomb in order to... Oh yeah, no, it's going to be a spin and then a toss, and then a wall jump over to the bomb. Yeah, I see it. And then... Oh, it's going to be a spin wall jump again, otherwise we can't bounce off of it, and we pick it up, I think. And then you grab the shell, spin again, it'll bounce on the bomb again, and then we have another shell toss that's coming pretty quickly. Nope. Need to kick the bomb to the left, or to the right, rather. No, spin. Yeah, it's going to be a series of spin kicks with the bomb, so we can dislodge it from one P-block target to the next. Nope. You just spin with it again, kick it over to the right, and then we'll have to throw on top of the next series of one-way panels. Diagonal marker seems to be the spin wall jump. I don't read markers very well. That's one major issue with me when it comes to things like Kaizo style levels is we almost got it that time. We basically need to whack it right between those blades. But slightly shorter jumps does make a difference here. And then, yeah, we toss to the left, and then it's going to be another spin wall jump on top of the bomb. Here it's going to be a series of spin wall jumps as it goes up the springs. Whoops. Too high. Don't need to go that high. We don't want to fall behind pace when it comes to the bomb, so... Whoops, too close. Came in a bit low on the wall jump, I think. Let's... A little bit slow there. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading this nicely because the level is readable, so it's definitely credit to the maker here. Definitely getting to the bomb a bit slow after the claw, though, because I'm often having a bit of trouble aiming for that shell pickup. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, as you can see, I'm doing a jump off the claw that's way too high for the shell pickup, and that's actually affecting things quite a bit when it comes to my timing with the bomb going over the grinders. Too low. It's also going on a conveyor at that point, which is why I'm likely to miss the bomb. That I'm not adjusting for the conveyor timing. Going it a bit too far to the left. Timing was better that time, though. Nope, missed it. Yeah, if I landed better on that one, then I could kick it multiple times up before it detonates, and then we get on top of the claw. And then we'll see how time-sensitive it is after that. Whoops. Merlin, welcome. then... Okay. Wrong way. But then it's going to be multiple bounces up here. We get on top of the claw up top, and it's going to be another shell pickup up there. And we'll see if there's another bomb we need to drop on after that. Just need to fix the spacing on that jump. The claws where practice door 1 leads you. Oh yeah, there's a practice door. Totally didn't read that either. Wrong way. Well, I mean, we still need to practice the first segment, so let's... Wrong way. Yeah, still adjusting for the conveyor timing a bit, but it's clear that tightening up the jumps from claw to claw are going to make a big difference to me here. Wrong way. Do need to pull back a little bit on that jump. Whoops. Nope, too high. That's 2 out of 3 coins. "46 seconds on the record, so we'll have a lot to go from this point. That's okay. Captain Pollution, welcome. Happy holidays to you as well. Oh, coming a bit low. Yeah, we just need a little more accuracy on the shell pickup there in general. Yeah, slowed down a little bit too much coming out of the second claw this time. And B Minutes, welcome. Hope the holiday break is treating you well. Whoops. And Captain Pollution eating breakfast soon, about 10 a.m. in Germany, yeah. Yeah, I know that this has been kind of a European breakfast stream for a long time for a lot of people. As I run at probably the most off-peak time for Twitch. Okay, so that's the best that we've done so far, and it's not time sensitive at that point. We don't have any falling bombs that we need to watch out for, so... It is a little bit of a rest stop once we get up there in terms of timing, I think. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, thanks for the maker code, B-Minutes. We'll be closing queue pretty soon because I'll probably be taking quite a while on this one. But... Or a North America Insomnia stream, exactly. I'm happy to provide either way. And it's a pretty comfy time to watch a stream. I'm glad you think so. It's a pretty comfy time to run a stream too, actually, for me at least. Coops Trooper, you were saying something about the red coins earlier. Let me just go back to read that in a moment. Oh, missed it. You wanted to have practice doors for this, otherwise a lot of learning late into a level after having to do difficult inputs. Yeah. We'll see how we're doing. Maybe through about a quarter of it, judging my time, maybe. I don't know. Is it also a comfy time to play one of your levels? Well, I guess we'll find out. Possibly in a little while, because... for anybody new to my queue, I don't run a strict time limit per level or anything. It is often a function of just how much I think I'm progressing. And for levels that we don't clear during viewer levels, I try to run a makeup stream afterwards too. spend some more time on them. And that goes for hard platforming levels as well as puzzles. We try to do a bonus stream as often as possible too. Basically do viewer level backlog and overflow for things we didn't successfully clear. So if you ever see me get a clear on one of your levels while you're not watching, I almost certainly did record it, and you can just check the channel for the video. And sometimes we'll just get back to things on our own schedule, so. Yeah, I don't plan to skip too soon, don't worry. I am still learning it, so. We'll progress for a while. Your most colorful Bling Bomb Bleep Bloop level, I see. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long to wait for you, but we'll see how we do. It's also a reach the goal without taking damage, incidentally. I don't know what potentially runs into trouble with that condition. Probably because maybe there's a cheese that's possible by wearing the shell and taking a damage boost from there. Actually, that's almost certainly it. That a lot of this stuff is skippable if you just wear the shell and then take damage and then jump to the next claw, right? So, seems like that's the point of the clear condition here, is to prevent you from putting on the shells. Nope. That's okay that you're allowed to kick. Okay, so now we get to rest, right? And that's going to be a shell jump. It took me a moment to read that as a shell jump, because it was over that column of spikes, and because it's pretty tightly spaced, but it is definitely one of the 2 shell jump locations we were warned about. There's multiple possible shell jump cheeses, exactly. Oh. And yeah, you're usually watching Z7 a few hours at a time. Yeah, this is my typical time. I have not been on as often in the last few weeks because we had a bit of an unexpected interruption in November, and I was also losing my voice for much of last week, so I was gone all week. But typically we do viewer levels on this time slot on weekends, and we run either non-viewer level streams or some other games in the middle of the week. And but this is the usual time slot for me because it's actually my only available time of day to stream. We used to run at times that are much more accessible to people, but that was, I think, several years ago at this point. You suggest using the door to practice a shell jump? No, we'll get back there. I need to practice the early segment a bit more anyway. Although at this point, we think of ourselves as having seen it, then... Well, let's at least see where the practice door goes, at least once. Let's just see it. Practice door left. Yeah, it goes over here. And then you actually get a little bit of time because there's no falling bomb to watch out for, I think. Or you have to get on a run. At this point, you're supposed to have 2 coins in tow. Yeah, the interesting thing about the shell jump is that your trajectory is affected by the fact that you are jumping out of the claw. Yeah, and of course the twirl isn't going to help me there because it'll throw off my timing. Well, we can try it. Because we know that we've made it this far. Oh, we'll miss the shell every time. Every time. There we go. A little bit close. Like the time to jump after a full swing to the right, yeah. Definitely the fact that I'm jumping off the claw is making me rethink my expectations a little bit. Whoops, that was a mistake.
Oh no!
It's going to be going up and then back down that diagonal towards another bomb jump sequence. Okay. Come on. Here we go. No, that was a very poor release. Yeah. I should probably try to take the marker seriously there, but try it again. Oh, no. Interestingly enough, I did accidentally wear the helmet on the way down. Yeah, shell jump off the claw is definitely a complication relative to a lot of other shell jumps. And then I should not twirl out of that. It's throwing off my timing completely. I mean, it's pretty clearly marked. We just haven't been able to land it yet. Yeah, because I see that it's kind of encouraging you to jump off here. But then I have to kind of jump straight up to get it done right. And we need a pretty immediate release. And a fairly short jump, too. I think it's not going to be anything full. That's too late. We just need to find the right spacing for it. So yeah, this is actually a segment worth using the practice door for. Oh, still a little late on that, as you can see by I'm still going. Yeah, Dervish Adversary, the queue is still open, but it's closing soon. It was not too difficult to resolve up to this point. And I can do shell jumps, it's just that I have to figure out the spacing for this one. And I'm also massively out of practice, so. No, too late, too late. I need to release much earlier. Okay. Nope. Took the shell and just felt my death. Yeah, this will definitely take a little bit of work. Nope. And I think I need to find something consistent enough that it won't be an issue once I actually manage to make it back through the long way. No, I need to stop twirling. I feel like I'm just kind of finding that a little more claustrophobic, and a shell jump off a flat ground would be simply... No. To adjust, and that's a bad idea. Yeah, I do see that you have it pretty clearly marked. It's just that I do have to pull back and make sure the jump is vertical. Whoops. And I can tell that I'm also late on the shell release pretty consistently, but... Oh, almost. I was actually just a little too far to the right. But the height seemed okay that time. We actually just needed to pull back a little bit. Have a nice, straight vertical jump. That was a bit far that time. But I was pretty close to it. Merlin's going to redeem skip to queue. Yeah, we can do that. And remind me afterwards. Yeah. I am going to close the queue at this point, by the way. Otherwise, it's going to be unmanageable. Yeah, Merlin, as usual with skip to queue, I will probably take something that's on the shorter or easier side just so we don't keep people behind you waiting too long. But let me just close quickly and manage everything. And yeah, traditional would be great, actually, especially as a chaser to this one. Oh yeah, we just wanted to do the practice store. Let's do it. Make sure to jump out when you don't have momentum so you can be consistent with your positioning. Yeah. Yeah. That's true, because it does throw me off a little bit when I do that. Maybe I just should do a stationary jump out of the claw when it's kind of dead like this. Because you can jump out here, and then you would fall towards a shell jump, which is what you should be doing. And then the trick would be to not hit the spikes on the wall as well, once you do get that bounce. Yeah, not really a brain-breaking stream compared to the ones that are all puzzles all the time. Those ones can really kind of wipe me out. Actually, how they usually go is that we, do a few puzzles that turn out to be easy and we're feeling great, and then we hit one that takes me like 3 hours. Then... yeah. Let's see. And yeah, Merlin, remind me of that when we get to it. I'm glad we've cleared the level up to this point, so we have seen a chunk of it at least. And oh, almost. But consistency is going to be a big problem when we manage to get there. Nope, too high. There we... oh, no. There we don't. Yeah, and coin 3 is already pretty visible. It's by the next bomb jump that it's going to require a bit more of a careful descent. Whoops. Obviously, we can't take damage anyway, but we'll... hey, look, we finally got it. Oh, that was not how I wanted to do that, but it saved me, so whoop, nope, no it didn't. Well, we almost got to see a bit more, but we need to not bounce on top of the spring. We need to recover it, and already see where you're supposed to throw it afterwards, so... almost, I just need to pull a little bit to the left with that one. Yeah, my normal success rate with shell jumps is not great to begin with. I can do them, I just... not very consistently. But definitely, with some kind of unconventional motion going into them, like off the claw, that adds a bit of a wrinkle to any kind of muscle memory. There we go. Look at that slow float on it, too. I hope it's not time sensitive to, re-grab the shell or something silly. Okay, so it's going to be a throw to the right, and then you drop. If you throw to the right, then the spring actually sinks. And I feel like we need to jump off of it again once it sinks, and then grab the shell and go up to the claw. No, it's going to be a wall jump over here, and then it's going to be a timed element where you throw the spring, you jump over the shell, and then as the spring goes down, you wrap around to coin 3 with the bomb down below, you bomb jump all the way over, and then you have to catch the spring before it drops off completely. I think that's what it is. You get onto claw with shell, you spin jump. You land on top of the bomb, you do a bomb kick all the way across, and the spring becomes relevant for some reason that we can't see yet. But we'll see if we can make that happen. Yeah, we'll try to learn the level this way even if we don't register clear today. And so we can at least map it out and see what needs to be done. Yeah, see it? No. Way too low anyway, so... Even though you can get a pretty decent amount of height off the shell bounce. Yeah, I actually do appreciate the practice throw here, not because it's a complicated section, but because this jump specifically actually takes a little working out.
Oh no!
Beginning to get it, though. And I'm glad that that jump itself is not time sensitive, like you do have a little bit of time to just kind of make sure the claw swing is as comfortable as you can get it, even if we're failing much of the time. It's not like one of those, you know, really serious do or die moments where you absolutely have to commit. Yeah, Merlin, I want to play your Super World at some point. The only wrinkle in that is I want to spend a lot of time on Maker 1 getting into the new year, because that's a little bit time sensitive with the servers going down in April. So I don't know when I'll get to use Super World, but I definitely want to do it. Because, like I said, it was one of the first things I ever playtested on this stream, so I definitely want to see what it's become. But yeah, I would like to find a time, and even if you can't watch all of it live, I'll definitely get it all recorded. And as a traditional world, it hopefully won't take me too long anyway, so... Wait. Oh, I see. The bomb actually picked up the coin. I was wondering about that throw on the left. Because it is going to be a shell throw against the wall, followed by a spin wall jump that then catches the shell as it's sailing over the spikes. Captain Pollution, this is Coop's Troopers level. It's not too horrific. There are some rest stops that you give to the player, and that's really not too bad. Not that I can clear it, but, you know, we've seen worse. Starting to get it. Yeah, because there are definitely... Whoop. That's a problem. Look at that. I landed on top of the cloud, and interestingly enough, without making contact with the muncher, and that looked like it was salvageable, potentially. Although the synchronization between the bomb timing and the spring timing was likely to run into problems. Because we didn't get the throw down correctly to begin with. Oops. We're progressing. Even though I'm not weaving it all together in one segment. Yeah, Merlin, I think it would be very difficult to, you know, make sure you are present for 100% of the time if we're running the Super World, but we'll definitely keep the recording so we can run it through as much as we can. Oh, okay, we missed it, but I want to see what the timing is on this. It's going to be bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah, then when you get to the one-way panels, you throw the shell to the left so it gets ahead of you. And then you wall jump over to it so you bounce on the shell while it's deflecting on the spikes. Oh, no, missed the claw. Sometimes you do need to swirl a little bit just to make sure you get enough height to claw, because with the tracks kind of going back and forth, some of the pickups can feel a little bit inconsistent, but we'll see. I mean, obviously it would be nice if Nintendo just let us have something that you could pick up on a track in a stationary position where it's just hanging on the track for you. Unfortunately, the closest thing we can get is claws, and claws introduce their own complications. Let's check the timing anyway. Nope. Yeah, landing on top of the bomb on the left of it is important, and the thing is, the spikes can easily make you a bit shy about that. Blue indicators? Do we even see blue indicators? Oh, I see. At the, where the shells are placed. So you don't do that yourself.
Oh no!
Yeah, because definitely sometimes when you pick it up too close to the edge, you can just totally miss the next claw. That's feeling a lot better. Oh, nope. Didn't want to spin there. I want a standard jump to pick it up. Then you spin out of that. And so, yeah, now that I understand that the bomb is supposed to pick up the pink coin, that makes a lot more sense to me. Because I was expecting there was some kind of shell back throw towards it at some point, but that's obviously not the case. Oh, nope, we can redo it. It's okay. It's nice that we can redo it. Nope.
Oh no!
Not a very good spin. I didn't have enough forward momentum to do the next sequence in the kick. Next kick in a sequence, I should say. Okay. I'm going to try to at least get to the next practice door if we can, or at least get past this right side segment here. Nope, wrong.
Oh no!
Yeah, definitely the spring plus big bomb interaction is something that you just kind of have to
No!
let play out. You just have to trust the markers and the object positions to do your job for you. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, Captain Pollution, I think a lot of people feel that way about shell jumps when they're still kind of learning to get better at them. Which is definitely the case with me.
Oh no!
I mean, back when I started streaming, I talk about this a lot, but back when I started streaming, I had never done a shell jump. I was kind of concerned, like, what happens if people start sending me lots of Kaizo? But gradually you learn to do at least a few of them. The main thing with shell jumps is that, you know, nothing in standard traditional Mario or standard traditional platforming ever teaches you the input for how you should hold the jump button during the release. So once I realized that, like once I just kind of figured out
Oh no!
how the thumb should be feeling in terms of what's being held and what's not, then they become much easier. But it's not something that you can really learn other than by doing it. Like there's nothing other than more shell jump levels that will teach you how to do shell jumps, right? It's not like it's something you can infer the way that you typically learn mechanics in other platformers or in Mario generally. Like, the only way to learn shell jump levels is to play them. And no other kind of level is going to teach you how to get better, so... I think that's why, along with a lot of the other item handling techniques, they do feel like a significant jump up in difficulty for a lot of players coming in. Because, yeah, I mean, you're only going to learn them in things like Mario Maker or in ROM hacks where the physics are different.
Oh no!
And obviously, if you're making a shell jump levels and you have to go through the testing and the clear check and everything, you're naturally going to get much better at them as well, as a Kaizo maker. Okay, we had the sweet spot for the shell jump for a while, and we've lost it. I kind of want to go ahead and see what is in door number 2, so we see how far we are. Yeah, that's actually right after where we were. As you can see, the muncher there with the offset is where the shell deflection is happening, I think. Where you spin jump onto the shell trap. I think that's got to be it. And then spin jump over here and bomb kick out of that segment.
Oh
I
no!
want to see the last segment here because potentially we're just... Oh, whoops. That's okay. We'll see this again. Potentially, we've actually seen a pretty big chunk of this already. Nope, missed it. That's okay. Let's check the timing. We just missed a shell over here. And yeah, that's actually what links to the next segment, if you have the shell in the trap. If you manage to pick up the shell and then dump it into the trap, then you learn that. And then that conveyor is purely there to get you past the door. Learn this. So basically you would jump off the shell that's in the shell trap. And then you would do a bomb kick over here. Yeah, I do know that I need the bomb to the left in order to pick up coin 3. We did see that once previously. Then that's going to be a shell jump over there. Yeah, it's a shell jump against the spike column. And then presumably you kind of float pretty close to goal at that point. Okay, the practice door does kind of require a twirl. Just to pick things up. Let's do it. Just to see it. Oh, no, spin jump. Yeah, and there's a big column over here, so you're supposed to shell jump, and then there's going to be quite a lot that's off camera right now. That's in that sequence. Yeah, sorry, Sneaky Sea Otters, that we couldn't get to you. I know we kind of took unusually long with the last few levels. We'll try to catch you again, so thank you for coming by. And we'll try to catch you in a level next time. Whoops. Yeah, thank you for staying as long as you did. I know it's... Oh.
Oh no!
That is a difficult position coming off the spin for the shell release. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Back in this practice door. Yeah, we're seeing a good chunk of the level. Obviously, we haven't successfully done the jump going from part 2 to 3 just yet, but I've actually been reasonably close. Try it again. So we can, you know, make sure we've proven that we can do each segment by itself. Yeah, I'll try to hit like a reasonable benchmark for how we're progressing in this level, and then we'll see how we do from there. I'm unlikely to get the full clear today, obviously, but we'll try to see everything, or at least succeed in doing the first 2 segments completely. But obviously my success rate with the shell jump here is still not great. No. Still have to get back to doing that successfully. Yeah, it's the shell jump... sorry, it's the shell pickup, rather, after dropping the spring that was throwing me off quite a bit as well, so... Here we go. Left. Nope, we...
Oh no!
First of all, missed the contact between the bomb and the falling spring, and secondly, didn't manage to get high enough for the shell throw. Oh.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind staying on a level for a while as long as we're progressing, so... I know it's a long wait for people, but then everybody's level kind of gets the same
Oh no!
kind of thoroughness. I like running things this way because, you know, I think as a result I see different levels from streams that do run a strict time limit or anything. I mean, you know, people don't get the same content depending on how they run their queue, and so I'm pretty happy with the level quality that we see here generally.
Oh no!
And some of it is a function of being able to play at a slightly different pace. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm glad we demonstrated the first segment at least. So if we can land a jump for segment 2, that would be ideal. I think you do kind of need to trust the marker when it comes to the trampoline drop there. Because it does need to line up with the bomb, I think. In order for everything to deflect properly and for the bomb to go back to the pink coin. Whoops, that's a mistake. Okay, there we go. And came in a little bit low on that throw. That's a really tricky shell pickup, actually, because you have to wall jump pretty much just as you're about to drop off the wall. Yeah, definitely the object pickups have been throwing me off like crazy, but sideways. Nope. And that was a miss. The bomb is supposed to make contact there, I think. Game audio cut out, yeah. Bomb shouldn't bounce on the spring. It should get hit to the left and we'll line up, yeah. Let's see. Okay, let me fix the audio. And since I need to fix it anyway, we'll bail out at this point. But I saw a pretty good chunk. We saw about 2/3. Let me fix quickly. And yeah, I'd be happy to go back to it at some point. And try to learn it properly. Let me just wait for the audio to come back first. I believe this reset method is going to work. There we go. Should be okay now. Yeah, so thank you for that. We'll be marking this as another loss for today, but we'll continue. And again, thank you to everybody who's been able to stay. I know some people have had to bail. Crafty Pixel, I do still see you in the chat, but if you would like to check in, that would be preferred. And yeah, you are here. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. Oh, Merlin, you recommended Q skip. That's right. Sorry, Crafty Pixel. I had to put Merlin in first, but he said it would be an easy traditional one, so we'll rotate him in first. Because he did do the point redemption. Thanks for reminding me. Completely forgot. Sorry, let me make sure. Yeah, no, definitely we'll keep this one short, and we'll make sure we do it in a proper order. Let me make sure I have it. Yeah, that's okay. We'll make sure we're quick. Because he did redeem Q skip, so. But we'll do a quick and easy one. And then we'll make sure we take the proper time with Crafty Pixels as well. Yeah, Coops Trooper, in general, particularly for a player in my style, more indicators does not mean more clarity. Merlin, you said you wanted Cobalto Calcite Dig Site, right? Yeah. One of your favorite minerals. It's nice to have a favorite mineral. Okay. And let's dig things up. Look at this Tetris T block here. We're gonna smash it. Oh. Traumatized by all the bomb jumps we did earlier, obviously. And probably is some kind of secret for doing some bomb explosions every now and then. Yeah, 10 coin. And back out. And then let's connect into this pipe over here. Oh, let's not stand there. Wonder if there's something up top. Oh, there totally was. But I don't see a good way to go up there without squirrel or propeller. So if we do see squirrel or propeller, we'll check that spot. Oh, yeah. Skulls do seem to indicate death to me here, I think, so it should not be something we mess around with. We'll obviously place this here and try to blow it all up. If we were big, this would also solve itself. Still go there. Oh. Oh, coins, okay. You're saying I could still go back to... Oh, you know what? Look at this area here. That's suspicious. Although I think it's just ceiling. Let's take a bomb and do something very risky. No. I was trying to spin up there, but looked like it. Let's try to scroll this up a bit. Oh, maybe there's an invisible block or something? No. Yes. And here's the M. And oh yeah, bomb over here. We'll do that. Bomb the dig site. Nothing up there, okay. We'll let the skewer do its job. And then, whoops, oh, lost that right away. We'll let this do its job as well. Let's check the top right. The coin. So I guess it's going to be 10, 30, 50 here. That's what I would assume. Let's not ram into the spike top. And then, oh, good guy. Let's let him blow up. And hit checkpoint. Okay, we're out of here. This looks like it's potentially something up top. And fire. Set fire. Oh, whoops. It looked like there was something up here. Oh. There we go. One up. As predicted. Let's just let this guy do his job. Oh, thought I'd be extra risky there. That was not clever. Oh, yeah, we should actually not stand on top of that. That was rather silly. That's alright. We will pick up a mushroom instead of a fireflower. And we'll just bust through this way. Many speedrun strategies are possible. Yeah, with all the bombs here, I can definitely tell. Okay. Let's get out, though. Uh-oh. I kind of asked for that one. Let's... Yeah, sorry about the audio issues today. It's a little worse than usual. Let me hope it stays fixed. Happens when my machine is running a little bit hot, so... should be fine. Let me make sure there's no interference with my video cable either. There we go. Too many cables here. I need to clean up. Okay, hopefully no issues. Do let me know. Oh, we forgot the mushroom. That's okay. We'll just do it. No, actually, it's better with the mushroom. We can break blocks ourselves. Yeah, hopefully it stays alright. And whoops. Oh. No, did it again. Hang on. No, did it that again as well. I was hoping to get a bounce. Yeah, there's a bit of a sync issue. That's okay. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Let's do it right. Yeah, sometimes when I reset it, there's a bit of a desync, so it's good that you're calling me on that. So we can make sure it's done correctly. Okay, should be fine. But let me know if it's way off or something. I can also make the bombs do my job for me. I guess I could. Well, making things harder for myself is what we do around here, so... Did I check this? Yeah, it's just ground tile. Because it is the top of the layout, there's nothing there. Alright, let's do this. Oh, now we need to... Oh, I'm going to be trapped here. Alright, let's let it walk. And Electrodude, you've returned. I don't think we've actually cleared any levels since you left. This little shaft here looks interesting, but I don't know if that is anything. It'll be a little hard to check because the bombs will be dumped on top of me. Yeah, that looks like a pit. Right at the bottom of the layout. The walk was too long, yeah. Well, so were some of my clear attempts on some of those levels that we've seen. Well, we had the one-screen puzzle followed by some Shell Kaizo. So, not too much of a problem, but we can occasionally have some difficulties with that. So, anyway, Fire Flower. Yeah, this would be a much more convincing Cobalt Mine if there actually were a blue semi-solid in this style to work with, but that's okay, it works. Let's let this punch. And again. Yeah, there's a little bit of waiting in this segment, but... Scroll break. Obviously. And semi-solids galore. Oh, Cobalt Calcite. That's right, that's right. I just saw Cobalt in there. No, you're right. Cobalt Calcite is me. Yeah, I shouldn't doubt you there. My knowledge of geology used to be much better than it is now. Actually, my knowledge of a lot of things used to be better than it is now. I've been losing more than I've been picking up in terms of information. Okay, thank you for that, Merlin. And once again, sorry about the extra delay there, Crafty Pixel, but we will get to you right now. And Merlin, let me make sure I've cashed your points too. And we'll do Crafty Pixel right now. Traditional's fine, but anything's fine. Really. We try everything. We don't necessarily clear everything, as you can see, but it's really your choice. I just asked Merlin to prefer something on the traditional side for Q-Skip. A, because he's good at it, and B, because with the Q-Skip, I don't want to bump people too far back with something super long. So anything is fine. Wow. 20-minute clear in this dungeon. We can totally do it. We can totally do it. You've been waiting for so long. Let's do a long one. And the people behind you can wait even longer, which is great. Hypercat, Dayan, B Minister, Bishad, Visser. We'll hopefully... I mean, I usually get to everybody who stays, so... Let's do it. I mean, this is a checkpointed single clear time. The statistics don't matter on so few footprints, so... Let's see what it is. Given a checkpoint structure, probably like a multi-coin, multi-segment... Oh, well, no pink coins, so it's just possibly a whole lot of jumping and not getting caught by twisters. And what's this? Possibly we need to come out of the pipe or find a Master Sword. Okay. Although, yeah, it looks like we need to find a Master Sword, perhaps. Here? No. Oh, no, we can just jump up to the pipe. What are we doing? That was very silly of me. Okay. Difficult platforming, no power-ups, yeah. Yeah, I just looked at the bricks, and I immediately think, how do we break the bricks, right? So it looks like we can't come out of these segments yet. We'll figure out where to go. Possibly there's something below here to give you a block to stand on. Nope. Pardon me? No, it's just going to be shell. And then we hit the P switch. It's a reloadable P switch, so we can just eradicate all the coins. Let's just grab them now. Just to do all that. And we'll do left first, just for clarity. Oh, whoops. That was silly. We're not past any kind of check yet, so we'll just go back to it. Also, wait, hang on. Anything up here? Doesn't seem like it, but we'll check. Oh, whoops. Looks like it's mostly decorative, but we'll go back and see. Yeah, it's definitely some nice visual design going on here. You can see that there is something there with the pipes in the top left that is accessible through here if you, for example, have a... Well, you said no power-up, so it's not going to be a bone shell or something that will get you up there, but... I wonder if that's just decorative, then. As part of the cover image or something. Because I don't see a way inside. Unless you come through one of the pipes. Like, that might be a pipe transition from zone to zone or something. I don't see a way in, so... leave it for the moment. And 2 checkpoints? Yeah, sounds great. Oh, whoops. Almost fell down there. We'll obviously go for the shell, and then we'll eradicate everything we can. Now, why do we still want to get the P-switch? I don't know, but because so we can go through here. And wrap around. Why did we... Oh, because we can wrap around here. I see. Does the burner get me anywhere? No. So why would we want to go back here? Given that it looks symmetrical, I guess it's because you would go through the... Ah, I see. Because you would have a P-switch active and you go through the green pipe back to the first segment. So it is symmetrical here. Oh. And then once you go through the green pipe, then you can go to whatever the next segment is. You'd need a little bit more time on a P-switch to do that, but I think that's what it is. Because we actually did see the second gate earlier that was using the bricks. Whoops, I just wanted to show that. So we need to be fairly quick about that to do it before the P-switch expiry. But it's going to look like this, that we jump over here, and then you'll get through this gate once the P-switch is still active. So. Just need to be pretty slick about the wraparound over here. But it means that because this area is totally symmetrical, we can do either side. And it'll be just fine either way. Okay, we'll just get ready with this P-switch and then plug the pipe right away. Oh. And then... Nope, too late. Just need to redo it. Possibly drop some of the icicles in advance, just to make sure we get it done. Yeah, and because we eradicated these already, we can just go through like this. Like we drop these guys in advance, so... No, don't respawn too quickly for that to matter. Okay, not missing the up pipe is... yeah, big deal here as well. Okay, got it. Whoops, slid over there. Gonna salvage that if we just lean right a little bit into that jump. Yeah, definitely a big decorative level. This feels very much like some Maker 1 levels, in fact. In Maker 1, people, because they didn't have scroll stop back then, were much more prone to building in these big continuous spaces like this. You had more of these large-scale structures very often. And particularly because I think Maker 1 generally attracted a player base that was much more aesthetically minded as well, that you would have these very elaborate tiling layouts all over the place. Okay, let's do this. Get the jump out of here. Let's go quickly. And then, oh, no, this will compromise it. Let's do it again. Yeah, sometimes I just know it's not going to happen, so... Getting the up pipe is really important. And then we'll reverse through here. Sometimes it's a little difficult to see the floor when you're scrolling the camera up and down, but we'll make it. Then, this is going to send you up. Yeah, you need the P-switch in order to release some of these blocks so we can actually... that's a one-way panel going down, so... I think you need to kind of slide over and then wrap around to the left. Oh. And then, if you're trapped here, you're in trouble, but you have to get into that slot to let the chomp run around you. Like if you're in that pit, you have to get back out. That's a nice little idea, actually. The attack dog trap. Yeah, Merlin enjoyed the Christmas skate. Yeah, sometimes as you're dropping down, it can be hard to see where the floor is going to be just because of the camera scroll, but I guess that's just a reason to play a little more cautiously than I've been doing. Okay, let's do this. And... oh, nope. That was definitely my fault that time. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, I prefer taking the right side. It is symmetrical, but I just find this a little more comfortable for some reason. Even though we keep missing the up pipe. Okay, nice quick jump over here, and then it's fine. Plenty of time to spare, and then we'll just be a little more careful about this. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh. That was very fortunate that we didn't hit that. Oh, no. In the trap. That's okay. Yeah, you just need to be exact about how you hit each of these. And you do need to bump that. You bump that to go to the left. So you basically just slam into the trampolines if you can. Because then you go to the left side and then you drop to the right side. Nope. Missed it. You put two sides because you always went left, but some people probably prefer right. Yeah. Nope. We do need to do a little bit of a jump towards that, I think, because otherwise we just missed that completely. Or maybe it's just a bit more of an exact fall. Nope. Wow, that was close. Or maybe the spring is just to prevent you from... you know what? If we drop below the spring, we can actually just hold right into lower right slot, I think. So you wind up on the right side wall below the sideways trampolines, and you don't really need to do the back and forth, maybe, but we'll see. Haven't quite figured that out yet, so... Okay, let's do the speed jump here. Oops. Oh, nope. Very sloppy there. Anyway, we know how it flows at this point. And of course, we're not past checkpoint yet, so we may have some ways to go. Yeah, due to these very resource-efficient elements like icicles, there's a lot of level design that is possible without running into budgetary issues. Whoops. Let's be careful here. I always forget to correct for some of the ice momentum. But we'll do it. And we'll make it through, I hope. Oh, no. Let's do it again. Down we go. Okay. Have to really watch out for that chomp. Okay, well now we managed to get there and we just totally blew that. Yeah, just need a very gentle sort of jump that doesn't get you into trouble with the sideways trampolines too much, but... I was so surprised that I actually got that bounce that we reacted to it poorly. Oops. That out of there. But yeah, the visual design throughout is really quite nice. Definitely a lot of care and attention to it. It's all still very readable. Whoops. Let's get out. Oh, oh, that was dangerous. It's okay, just need to figure out how to fall that slot gracefully. Oh, no. Oh, we should have hidden in the little one-tile spot there. There's Scuttler, welcome. Alright, let's try it again. Oops. Whack that. Oops, no. My mistake. Let's do this again. Oh, too much of a delay there for me. That's okay, we made it. And just fall in. There we go. That's a new record. Suppose we'll bounce this. And once we send it down, then what? This looks like it was relevant to something. Let's follow the coins. Again, we have to be a bit careful here because the way the vertical camera is going to work, but now that we're at the bottom, we'll get out safely. There's checkpoint 1, right? Whoops. That was a choke. Yeah, once again, just forgot to correct for the initial drag on the ice. That was a choke, yeah. Yeah, I just thought, okay, this is a simple jump, and then drag on the ice just totally threw me off. It's a fairly gentle level, but you do need to pay attention. But hang on. No, let's slip all over the place. That's right, almost to checkpoint 1, and we'll just need to remember not to accidentally hit restart from there. Okay. Oh, hit the dry bones, which is always very satisfying every time we do it. That little bump there might be enough to kill the timing on this, but let's check it. Yeah, I thought so. Really had to do the up pipe where this just doesn't go. Bonafide Pirate, I think I have more than one weakness with ice physics, but, you know, that one is particularly egregious. We didn't actually need to hit that switch. We eliminated some of these blocks previously. Okay. Whoa, okay. Let's be a little more cautious here. None of this is innately difficult, but there are a lot of ways to create your own mess, which is what I've been doing here. Alright, let's do it this way. Up pipe. Got it. And then continue. Nope, missed it. That's right. We'll do it. Nope. Just trying to fall into that, get that bounce, but haven't been able to do it yet. Nope. Surprisingly tricky. Oh, no, I knew that was going to be a problem, but got out in time. Nope. Yeah, that's side bounce. You really have to hit it on target, which... when I did it previously, I don't know how intentional that was. But yeah, it's a little bit tricky. Alright, let's go back to it. And we'll wrap around. No, I was counting on getting that bounce and we just didn't do it. We need to basically hold right into that. So as we fall in, we make sure we make contact. I might be letting up on a right input too soon. Trying to adjust into it, and that's been a problem. You can tell I'm not a precision player because looks like it is possible to just drop directly into the destination you want, but not very conveniently. And Mario, I'll check that in just a moment. I'll check the cables in just a moment. Yeah. Okay, let me fix that once I get across here. Yeah, sorry we've been having so many problems. It's really kind of accelerated all of a sudden in the last hour or so. We were okay earlier in the stream. Let's... things are getting a bit rough, so... okay. Let's test this. Hopefully it sticks. Yeah. Nope. Definitely need to fall towards the trampolines. Let's... nope. And you can't just hold right into that, it won't land you where you want at all. Actually do need to fall somewhat accurately. And then, yeah, we were a little too slow to get to the desired destination there. We just needed to fall to the right, actually. I know that. Nope. Not. Oh. The amount of trouble I've caused myself just by missing that jump to the checkpoint flag earlier. Here we go. Yeah, you actually just kind of need to slow down on the ice up top and then dash towards the springs, and then timing lines up nicely after that. Okay, let's let this go. And then lava goes down, lava goes up. Now, surely we're not going to mess it this time. There we go. I was a little concerned about that. Interesting. Bridge under the bridge, yeah. Oh, nope. That's thrown off by the burner, but that's okay. We hit checkpoint, so. And anything on the right side? Not by the looks of it, not yet. Unless there's anything for the shell to hit for me. We'll leave the Koopa alive for the time being, in case... by the time we see it again, we'll be in respawn range for it, so... okay, I couldn't see where I was going quite here, but the arrow does help. I did see the arrow, and presumed it was safe. I don't know what P-switch is getting me here. Oh, it's getting me access to the on-off. That's fine. And we actually have plenty of time to deal with that, I think. So we grabbed a coin. Although, maybe we don't. Yeah, no, we won't. That's okay, just needed better timing on it. Now, the thing is, it's possible to lock yourself out in that segment because it's just one P-switch that's not respawning. If you miss the opportunity, it's just gone. So that is what we call the self-destruct, that lock, SD lock. As you hit the P-switch and you don't get there in time, you just lose. And have to take a self-inflicted death there. Yeah, which is going to be a problem for me in just a moment, perhaps? Nope, we got it. Pretty close to being a problem, but... Alright, let's wait until platforms are together. Nope. Should just run it across, actually. It doesn't drop right away. It's up for just long enough that when the platforms are together, you can just run across safely. Pretty sure. Okay. Now, this skewer is not actually that scary because you can just run under it. And sort out the timing this way. And yeah, Captain Pollution TV is still here. That's great to know. Nope, we shouldn't jump it. Like I said, we should just run it. Then there's a mushroom on that side. Which looks generous. We'll see just how generous in a moment. Okay, here we go. No, we do need to do a little bit of a hop there when the skewer is out of the way. Yeah, it's a little difficult to plan around the right side skewer. Because it's so far back in this series of interactions that we don't really get to plan around it so much. And it's also because it's partly dependent on the spawn time here too, in terms of when you're scrolling it onto the screen. So the right side skewer can be a potential point of inconsistency here, in terms of, you know, being able to react to it. But we'll see. We'll try to make it. Yeah, we'll let for the platform go left first. And go around this way. We do need to do a little bit of a hop at the end. Here, as you can see, yeah, because the right side skewer is not synchronized with the left this time. Given how we were loading that in, that became a bit of an issue. Kind of have to wait for the right opportunity, I think. And cycle back there a couple times before that will cooperate. Alright, that's fine. Hang on. Alright, here we go. Probably one more cycle on the left side skewer, then we'll go for it. Yeah, basically if the right side skewer looks inconvenient, then we just don't go. That actually could have worked that time. Okay, there we go. Then mushroom down here. We'll stand on this block for just a moment while we wait for the lava level to sort itself out, and then you actually do need it for a damage boost here. And then we don't have that much time on a damage frame, so we do need to be very, very quick. Yeah. Whoops. That's okay, we'll get back there and we'll fix that. Oh, whoops. I was expecting it to walk back a little sooner. It's totally miscalculated. Alright, let's go. And then down. We'll wait for one more cycle just to get everything to line up with the bottom platform nicely. Yeah, we have the timing to get to the on-off switch at this point. And we always have to improvise a little bit with this skewer on the right side. No, we do need the platforms to be together, but we basically have to sit there until the right side skewer is conveniently placed. As the yeah, it's a little difficult to tell when that's going to function and when it's not. We'll see. Yeah, it's definitely a function of just... Oh, whoops, wasn't paying attention. It's definitely a function of just when you're scrolling it in, for sure, just because this is wide open space. Generally, we haven't had issues with the spawn timing of objects here because, you know, things have been relaxed in traditional style enough that generally it doesn't matter. But definitely there's a little bit of a waiting period for that skewer where you have to wait for the opportunity to arise. We'll see. Not going to be this round, for instance. So I would have hit my head there. This round will do a lot better. Good. We stand on top here. Let's wait an additional cycle for the mushroom just so we can play patiently. Okay. And we'll wait so we can get some good timing here and take damage as late as possible. No, it's not going to be that convenient. But basically, it kind of makes a difference whether you get hit by the skewer first or by the platform first, I think. There we go. Now, over here, yeah, it's just going to be off switch to drop on this side, and we'll see as we drop gently. I see hard blocks on the right, and I totally think it's going to be a scroll break, but it's not. It's just going to be through the pipe. And then, whoa, we have to be quick here. No, there is a safe spot, actually. The track marker on the question block is the safe spot. I didn't realize that at first, because we were reacting to it for the first time, but we should actually be looking for the safe spot rather than just trying to outrun. Yeah, it took me a moment to read the room. Got in there for the first time, so... Let's wait just one more cycle. Exercise a little bit of patience here. Oh, whoops, missed this opportunity. Nope. That's okay, that was definitely a mistake on my part. Let's try it again. Anyway. Yeah, let's wait one more, so we'll just kind of go left with the platform. That should be how we do it. Then we'll wait one more cycle. I could tell that the skewer is going to be a problem that time, so next one here should be fine. Okay. Go, let's wait again for the mushroom just to be a bit more cautious. And we'll be very swift about that. Then head out to the firebar room, and we'll go straight to the bottom right corner, and I hope it's a safe spot. I believe it is. Yeah, it is. Now, I don't quite see where we'll go after that. That's the issue. But here's a safe spot, I think. I don't know if the green pipe can be entered, but we should, of course, try it. Yeah. That is the exit. And yeah, this is the segment that we talked about earlier, where we saw it at the very beginning. Here's checkpoint 2. It looks like you hit P-switch and you have to hit... no, if you hit P-switch, then you can't go through here. But there will be an off state, probably, and then you come back through here with no P-switch active. Probably just quality control going into the next room. Let's take a look at where this is going to get me. We do this jump here, which is surprisingly... Whoop. A little finicky. Okay, you'll have Koopaling projectiles on either side. P-switch... Right, you just jump up here with a P-switch active and then hit the off switch. Most time-sensitive thing here is actually just jumping out of the vine. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, just bumping my head every time. You know what? We just jump across. That's much easier. Chomp there is going to space me out a little bit too much there. But yeah, you don't want to get trapped there because that is going to be also another self-inflicted lock. You run into that. Okay, we'll go through here. Into this little hall here where you have to position yourself to drop in the middle. Then, is it just another pipe transition? I think it is. So, transitional space to get you over here. If we jump on top of the POW, then nothing happens. Let's actually scout. This looks like a scouting vine, so we can see what's going on. It is going to be platforms, and then what do we do with the munchers? Oh, we would need to hit the POW to eradicate the munchers once the munchers are on screen. That's interesting, because that implies to me that we need to launch both platforms at once. The tracks do reverse. So basically we need to get on top of the left side platform and jump towards the POW on the right side platform while the munchers are on screen. And if we miss it, then we have to go through the pipe again to try it again. So that's how you do it. You try not to land on the blade in the bottom left. Whoops. That was just about to do. Okay, there we go. Next room. And it's going to be keys through here, but I want to check to see what it looks like. Key door through here, yeah. Interestingly enough, you have a drop on either side. I kind of don't want to look at that yet, but I guess it maybe just shows you what the room is going to be like. Or it's just aesthetic to make the whole thing look like eyes. Anyway, let's go through here and see how it goes. Hypercat, I believe you're next after this one. Thank you for waiting. Glad you're still here. We will get to you if you're able to stay, so. Now, any reason to go on top? Probably yes, because it's the only way. So. Twister on top. Then, oh, Shell needs to hit this, so we just go here. Oh no, we needed to kick it to the right while it's. Oh no, we just need to kick it towards the key. Actually, I see it. Okay, so we need to do this segment again. That's okay, we know how. We spawn in the on state, right? So we do have to redo it? Yeah. Of course. Okay, let's jump across. It's much more sensible. Whoops. As long as we don't get chomped. That's okay, the timing's not too sensitive, but we do need to wait for the chomp for one cycle. There. Or not. Anyway, from here, we just need to be careful. No individual segment is too hard, but we do need to be cautious about all of them continuously, so. Yeah, this has been a pretty pleasant experience so far. It's just, oh, nope. We need to respawn. Yeah, and it traps you there to reload you immediately in. Nope, and we do need to scroll the munchers in, probably by doing a little bit of an extra jump on the left side platform to move to camera. Yeah, you do kind of have to aim the camera a bit too. No, that's gonna fall down on you like that. We got it right the first time. Yeah, I should actually simplify that command because, you know, we're much more casual about worlds. They say we don't do all of those policies anymore. We just say we'll continue past the first level if we're within the first 15 minutes or so. That's actually the only rule. We don't respect game over or anything anymore. That command is from like 3 years ago, so it's way out of date. Nowadays, I just say, you know, if we're within 15 minutes, we keep queuing more levels, so we accommodate easy traditional worlds that are best experience in big chunks. Yeah, a lot of stuff about this channel is actually in need of refurbishment. Whoops. Including my ability to dodge icicles, apparently. Yeah, I haven't really updated the back end of the channel in a long time. When it comes to, you know, fixing my commands and my rewards and all that. Oh, too long on a P-switch. Let's do it again. Just think about this level, you know, you're doing well for a while, it's easy to just die to something really simple and trivial. From not paying enough attention over a long stretch. Speaking of which, I'm going to plug this. When it comes to really lengthy platforming levels that are a case of like not any individual segment being that difficult, but where you put the whole thing together and you just have to be really consistent. There's one game that I recommend that is currently on a 90% off sale on Nintendo Switch, which is Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which many of you have heard me talk about way too often. I didn't get high enough to hit the munchers. I think they're still there. I didn't see the munchers fall, so... So yeah, I think it's 90% off in the eShop right now, and I highly, highly recommend it. There's exactly this kind of category of very large-scale, kind of medium-hard platforming, particularly with the final level in the game. I find that it's a format that's actually kind of underused nowadays, including within Mario Maker. Nope, still not on camera. Definitely we have some camera issues here. Yeah, Impossible Lair is very, very good. It was actually one of the first games I ever played on the stream. We still have camera issues here. I think I need to load the left side platform first so we can at least scroll the camera up a bit, and then we fall into here, and then we hit, whoops, no, too low. I think that's the way to do it, otherwise we have too many camera issues. But yeah, if this level, you know, as something you made, is kind of your style of platforming as a player as well, I think you'll enjoy that game a lot. Too low. It takes a while to get the camera to cooperate for this one. Oh. No, that was a mistake. Hypercat, I thought you were in the queue. Let me check. You're in the queue. You're next. But if you want to change your code, just either use replace or just talk to me when we are there. I assume that you had to dip out for a bit and come back, but you are definitely still in the queue. Yeah, no, I totally expect with the time that I spend on levels that people will pop out and back in every now and then. And so our queuing policy is designed to accommodate that. Because I was submitting to viewer levels myself long before I ever started streaming, and so I kind of understand what I would have wanted as a maker. I mean, obviously everybody wants to be played right away, but... Okay, so it's going to be a sequence of 2 keys. I sort of understood that. We can go through here, and we check the right side as well, because that's what the sightage is kind of telling me. So yeah, we'll check the right side. On-off switch, interesting. Let's see what this is. Probably need to break this with a shell. Why would I want to do that? Nope. It's not. That's okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, this needs to be broken somehow. And I don't actually see how to do it. Unless this is with P-switch. Oh, no, I don't think a shell deflection would do it, so... What's going on with this? Probably has to be a P-switch, unless... Oh, this was supposed to pop a P-switch, wasn't it? Yeah, you're supposed to hit that with a shell and that pops a P-switch. Or maybe you hit this with a shell and it pops a P-switch after you deflect it off the brick. Yeah. I see it, I see it. Let's just reload this room. You think you could buy a ukulele with gold points right now? Yeah. So I'm talking about the 2D one, Impossible Lair. I haven't played the 3D one, although it's also pretty cheap, I think. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was totally senseless. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I just hesitated for a bit on the spikes there. That was terrible. No, I know it's supposed to be a shell deflection towards the question block with the state switch already activated, and then that would give you a P-switch. P-switch would be then what gets you to shell deflection to pick up the second key. Now the problem is that if the shell busts open the brick that was on the right side, then I think that might be a potential locking issue even if you reload into the room. So there are a couple of one-time activations with bricks in this level that cause some issues. The way to solve that typically is by putting vines inside the bricks so they reload every time you reload back into the room. But obviously you can only do that with bricks that don't break the flow of the platforming. And that one wouldn't, because it's one of the bricks that's like in a very high position anyhow. It's not going to take you anywhere. Okay. There we go, got it. Oh, let's not hit. Oh, that was a mistake. Now I have to do it again. Yeah, let's not hit this blade on the left here. Nope, missed it. Yeah, the camera position on those munchers is definitely tricky to deal with. It definitely feels like I'm playing the camera rather than playing the platforms here, but... Nope. That's okay. We know what to do here, we just need to... The camera's in position. And we'll ride the right side. The right side gets me where I want to go. Much more easily, in fact. Okay, let's do the right side first this time, because then we need to hit the state switch a second time anyway to get through the middle gate, so we'll do this. Whoop. Close to the same spot, too. I just hesitated on a jump because we were going off camera. And... dying to very simple things. We'll make it through. Anyway, I do really enjoy the scope of this level. I know it's a comparatively long sit in the context of doing a viewer queue, but once again, I felt like I saw this style of level much more often back in Maker 1, and I kind of missed it, so. It's very, you know, dense and large-scale platforming with the available budget. But still platforming that gives you plenty of headroom, so it's not, you know, tightly packed precision or something, but still gives you plenty of room to play. So we're going to skip over here first. We're going to hit this, and then we will hit the shell. We'll bounce it to the right, because then we'll hopefully get what I want without a despawn. Oh, no. No. Okay, here's the problem. It's not on camera. And now that this is activated, we won't get it all. Actually, we're just going to die here, because it will only spawn that once and it won't give us the key. So, unfortunately, that is a locking issue. If you don't have the shell on camera at the time that it hits the brick here, you just die. So, yeah, that is a problem. Because it is going to be out of despawn range at that point. That's okay, that's what a playtest is for, that's why we're playing this. Because, you know, fairly new level, very few plays on it, it's important that you get a chance to see this stuff so we know what the potential issues could be. Yeah, in general, if something can be accidentally broken, I'm pretty likely to break it. Not even by trying, but just as a function of the way I play, where I just look around and explore a lot. Yeah, this camera issue is also a bit of a problem. I feel like there's a lot in this level. I mean, it's very elaborately put together. It's obviously very thoroughly decorated, but one thing that I often see as a bit of an issue with levels that are designed on this scope is that sometimes what makes sense in the editor view doesn't necessarily make sense from the player camera. And I feel like there are a couple of player camera issues that I've had a problem with. And you know, this one is obviously the biggest problem here because it actually locks you out. And whoops. This jump again. I don't know what it is about that one. Probably because I'm going off camera and I'm trying to aim for that one block. That's almost certainly the issue, actually, that I'm jumping off camera to aim for a one block landing and just undershooting. That's okay, we'll try to get through it. Yeah. Yeah, because when you actually walk through it with a player camera, there are some issues that would not have been visible in the Maker mode, in terms of when things spawn in and when they can be activated. Yeah, we'll try to do the right side first again so we don't get locked on it after already having done the left. Yeah, we'll just clip the wings first. It's a little easier to hit. But yeah, so here's the... Okay. P-switch. And then we only have one shot at P-switch, and we can't go off screen to despawn it. So we have to just basically go for the red shell that's on the right side, and then deflect that into the key. So let's go quickly. Uh-oh, it's too high. Nope, too high. And you see, the thing is, if it's flying too high, then I actually have no chance to hit it. So this little semi-solid here actually created a huge problem for me. Because now we've also lost the only access to P-switch and we're dead once again. I feel like one way to fix this, instead of having a single use block spawn to P-switch, have it be like clearing room for a pipe spawn or something. Either a pipe spawn or a blaster spawn that can actually allow you to reload to P. Because that way it's not dependent on whether the shell is going to be on camera. And that way you don't get this situation here where even if you reload through the pipe, you're actually dead already and you can't get the key. I feel like that's a pretty significant issue right now. We shouldn't have deflected it right on this block to begin with. We should have kicked shell left and followed it, but that's okay. Because it's a pretty long way back to the spot if you miss, so... Whereas earlier, with other P-switch elements like this one here, you do give the player a fair shot to retry it. But yeah, I feel like clearing room over a pipe is probably a better way to implement that. And it would fix a lot of the issues that we have. Yeah, no worries, Hypercat. I know you're here, so... even if you're AFK or something, we'll start your level as soon as we're finished this one. So you've been in and out waiting for a while. I should be on long enough to finish everybody's today, so... Or at least play everybody's, depending on difficulty. Whether we finish is a different question. Okay, just barely within range, got it. Alright, let's try to do this time. And yeah, we'll clip the wings first just to simplify things a little bit. Let's just fall it over. And we have to be pretty quick. Oh, no. I got trapped on top of the semi-solids again, so I know they're decorative, but the semi-solids really do complicate that space. That's okay. We'll try to just a little more elegantly. Nope. Bad idea. Yeah, very easy to get trapped when you go for that second Koopa. Yeah, because also currently there's the issue where, you know, if people spawn to P-switch too early, they don't know what it's for. If they haven't scrolled far enough to see what the interaction is going to be. I mean, I was fortunate in that I scouted the whole area first before we proceeded to do anything with it, but not everybody will do that, and some people will see the left Koopa and the P-switch before they know that it's going to be time sensitive after hitting the P-switch to go right and read the whole interaction with the second Koopa a little further over. On the other hand, with the on-off switch opening up that gate, I mean, a lot of people will check the right side first, but won't necessarily be the case, so... Again, that's something that's solved by just changing the way that the P-switch spawns in a position. That does resolve a lot of issues if it's accessible twice. Nope. Trying to be a bit impatient now because we are trying to get in position for knocking that Koopa back. Always a bit of a dice roll for that chump in terms of whether it will be in a cooperative position the first time out. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, come on. Here we go. That would have been a bad way to go. I just missed that jump a few times. Okay, down we go. Then up. Once again, okay. At this point we're a little more fluent in that. It's nice that you have the scouting vine here for this interaction because it is pretty necessary. See what you're doing with this the first time. Alright, let's see this. Oh, got trapped once again. Yeah, the bounce that sends you on top of the semi-solid is a huge hindrance. Significantly extends the time to finish that interaction and get into position to kick the Koopa in the right place. Sometimes the jump cooperates, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, whoops. First time I died there, actually. Doesn't typically happen. Oh, no. Sure, let's just do this side. This time. Maybe that's a bit more sensible. Just load one Koopaling at a time. Okay. Then we go. Okay, we actually wound up on top of the platform after the POW hit this time, which is very unusual. Guess as if it's on the way down, then yeah, that works. Okay, let's try this once again. Then. There we go. Now let's do the other one. And on over here. Oh, nope, that was close. I want to die to just sliding into an icicle after all that work. What I was saying. Alright, let's be careful here. Alright, this should just be a simple pick up the Koopa. Well, let's be careful here. That was almost a disaster. Just gonna slide into it. Now, we don't exactly know how the keys will be plugged in yet, because we didn't drop down the platforms in the next room when I scouted it previously. So, just take the time to be extra cautious here, and then go. Okay, so we know. Oh, we have to go around. We have to go to the left and then wrap around to the right. Yeah. And it looks like there's going to be a bomb interaction or something with the next door. So, let's go right this way. Or not. Well, there was a bomb key door somewhere. Anyway, that's 2 keys. Let's go this way. No bomb or anything, but... Well, let's see. Maybe that's just a decorative door to match this. Oh yeah, it is. Bowser anything? No, just the axe. We'll take it. And we're out. Yeah, I mean, I hope that was thorough enough to kind of show you things that you might want to tweak around, but I can tell that you put a lot of work into this one already, so it's just a matter of a lot of polishing off the potential walking issues, particularly the P-switch, and perhaps some of the camera issues along the way, so... Yeah, definitely always check what the player camera is going to be like. I mean, I know you have to play through it for the clear check anyway, but sometimes there are definitely things that won't be apparent just from doing the initial layout. But thanks for sending that one. And I'm glad we managed to give it a thorough showcase. Let's mark it as a win, and thank you so much for the follow. Like I said, viewer levels are fairly frequently running at this time for me on Saturday night / Sunday morning, depending on your time zone. And yeah, no worries about that. That's why we do play testing here. I break things all the time. Hypercat, I know was here, was just briefly AFK, so we'll just bring in this level right now. And then after that, I believe it's... Yeah, we'll see who's actually left in the queue after that. I assume Beeman at least has had to go to bed already, given that I do know what his actual schedule is from his own stream. And I think Tayan left, but it might just be Derbeshide Visser after this one. And then it'll be a good time to call it after that. Let's do Zodiac Quest. Test your skills and your brain with these 12 challenges. One for each sign of the Zodiac, which I honestly can't remember as well as I used to. That's how you know I'm not the Zodiac killer. I don't remember the Zodiac well enough. I mean, there are probably some other reasons besides that you know I'm not the Zodiac killer, but that's one of them. But I actually don't know the signs graphically very well. It's not really a subject that is particularly close to me. Whoops, just need to jump on a sword and stomp it. Release the chomp, perhaps. Anyway. Oh, no. Just gotta watch the burner pattern here. There's going to be some night ground shenanigans all over the place. You can tell it's actually the long chomp, that chain. Here we go. Let's see how required the sword is going to be. Hypercat, welcome. We just got started. Then, yeah, we ride it up. Over. Oh, nope. Gotta be careful here. Oh, totally got deflected. You know, we could have just gone through the clouds in the middle. Why didn't we do that instead of trying to ride around? Why don't we do things a sensible way? Because that's not what we do. The N in the Exotic says Mang is a flipped Z for Zodiac. Yeah. I was totally reading that message while letting bullets hit me at the door. Yeah, that's why we do spin jumps with a 90-degree rotation, obviously. Isn't that sensible? Actually, Z for Zorro. As everybody will remember from The Legend of Zorro, Breath of the Wild. Whoops. That was embarrassing. No, we just need to go around and through the clouds in the middle. We can just jump off the platform towards the clouds in the middle and... yeah. So yeah, it seems like each of these platforming segments is modeled after one of the signs of the Zodiac, and I can't really identify which is which, but... we'll just go with it. It's kind of a nice way to do this, though. Graphically, it's very appealing. And it creates a surprising amount of variety to the platforming as well, so it's a good concept. Particularly given that, you know, Maker 2 in general has had a community with a much less aesthetic focus than Maker 1. Mostly because of the loss of things like the amiibo costumes. It's nice to, you know, see some very pixel art driven level design every now and then. Yeah. Everything people have sent me today has been pretty good, actually. We've, you know, run into some playtesting issues here and there, but that's normal. But the actual care and effort that all the makers have brought is, as always, a big treat for myself to play through. So, as always, I'm just happy with the queuing experience here. Okay, let's... Oh yeah, that's going to be a risk factor here. That's okay. We'll hold into this. Fairly gentle. And now, yeah, we kind of need to jump in, or we can just take a Link and bomb our way through. Actually, you know what? This is going to be arrow shot. Except we're not going to hit it. Actually, no. This is going to be a bomb, and then we're going to hit it. If you don't have Link, it's a very different experience, but we have Link, so we don't care. Likewise with this. And then we can go up. It's kind of nice, actually, that keeping the Link power up does that much work for you. And then you can get a little bonus star here that you can take with you into the next room. So you can deal with all these moles. It's quite nice, actually, that there's this much variation to it. Whoa, that was close. Let's give ourselves some more room here. And, you know, lots of optional bonuses that you can take along the way. That's a very nice touch. Let's take a look at these skewers here. Yeah, we actually just want to let the twister... Oh, no. That was silly. Well, now we have to do this the real way without the Master Sword helping us at every turn. That's okay. No. Hang on. Oh, there is another Master Sword in the middle, too, actually. We can go for that. And totally miss. I actually think we should go for the Master Sword and save the stars so we can take the star for... yeah, so we can take the star for the moles in the next segment, for the Rocky Wrenches. I think that would be a lot more sensible. And yeah, man, that's definitely a double bully moment. No question about that. Okay, star's gonna expire here. Having a star here would have been quite... Oh, whoops. Mistake. Would have been quite helpful, of course. I was trying to do an arrow shot here. Let's, There we go. Why don't we just follow this across? Then it will retract, and then we just fall in. There we go. And then this is theoretically a P-switch that's going to happen, but I don't know where. Have a Master Sword down there. Oh, it's a hit here. Yeah. Checkpoint 2. Oh, also, P-switch is what's giving me these platforms, so we needed to be quick about it. Yeah, I kind of like how you have some, gentle benefits from power-ups from room to room. It's much more in line with how Nintendo definitely kind of treats power-ups as a bit of a branching mechanism. Certainly a reminder of that kind of design. We need to get the claw to grab the P. Or we could just get... Wait, this has got to be a side thwomp, right? It's night theme, so... I don't know what the thwomp is doing from here, except preventing me from... Well, I mean, it's not like you could ride the claw anyway. Let's just drop things. And then we'll reverse, it will pick up the P, and then it just needs to swing the P over to... Whoops. It's not meant to be a double. Yeah, once you activate the P, then you get out and... that's not going to be it. It's going to reverse. How do we... Oh, no, because I need to myself go over there too. Yeah, I see. We create this track. And let me see about the reversal here, just to... Yeah, and we have to cut it off like that. And the reason we cut it off like that is... so it is possible for the claw to reverse quickly once we get into thwomp range. And of course we have to dodge cannonballs while we do it. So... yeah, no, we know how to do it. Okay. Dervish Advisor, children saying psych all the time made a lot more sense to me once I realized that what they were actually saying was P-S-Y-C-H-E, as in psyche. Like if you're psyched out for something. I'm sure I just blew your mind with that. Okay, anyway. Let's move this down. Find that cannon. Anyway, we don't necessarily need to jump in and out of the claw, we can... Well, maybe it's easier we do. Okay, Thwomp's gonna go down. Then... yeah, there's gonna be a problem. Let's go. And if we're in the off state, does that affect anything? Not really. I really want to bop this guy, but that's okay. We'll just get out. Bombs you that one. Then that gives you top of the flag. There we go, true ending. Well, thanks for that, Hypercat. Thank you for waiting for so long today. Yeah, very nice as a kind of pixel art platformer that has tons of variety to it from room to room, so enjoyed that one a lot. Let's move on. Now, like I said, I think it's likely to just be Beshad Visser and then we will finish because I think 10 is long, long gone. And I'm pretty sure B minutes is gone too, so. Yeah, B minutes tends to stream shortly before I do, so. I know he's also in North American hours. Okay, let's take a look at this one. In single player for once. Oh, you got a clear check coming, okay. I'll wait and reload accordingly. Hey, look at that. Just for me. I really hope my idol plays this on Creamus. I'm actually playing it on the Nintendo Switch. But if we can emulate it on Creamus someday, we'll do it. Thanks for that, by the way. It will be a nice way to close out the pre-Christmas stream. Okay, looks like... Oh, you got the jingling of the coins too until they expire, of course. Because that's what they do. Okay, we have to reload the Spiny here. Love the little jingle bell effect here. And then, oh, thwomp again, please. Jingle thwomps, and then it's going to be a Z, which we're totally incapable of reading. Whoops. There we go. And then Feather, and then... Feather is going to pick up... well, it's going to hit the snowball. I don't know where the state switch is coming from, but we'll have to see. The jingling effect is quite nice, though. Not quite synchronized with the music, but it's hard to make that happen, so... won't be picky. Yeah, you're supposed to hit the ball there. I feel like you're likely to take damage at that point. On the other hand, you hit that, and then it lowers the whole gate. Are we supposed to grab the flowers? Not sure. Oh, yeah, we totally are. Because if we grab the flowers, then the spin is going to take out the ice block over there. Although, interestingly enough, if that ice block had been taken out with the existing interaction... no, maybe it's the only ice block there. I haven't actually scrolled that far before, so we don't know what's going on. But presumably we do need to grab flowers on the way down. And then once you grab the flower on the way down, then yeah, it's just that one ice block there. You obviously do need a flower for it as you spin over. Alright, up we go. Nope, we need to kick it to the right, if we can. Okay, spin that. Hey, I thought... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, the cape deflected the flower, which is why I failed to pick it up, but we need to get under the flower and have it drop on top of us, too. Or maybe we... Well, actually, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know enough about the cape collision with the power-up to say... No, we're supposed to bounce on top. The snowball doesn't hit anything useful. What we want to do is get the bounce off the snowball for the cape to activate the on-off switch with a deflection up top. Otherwise, you end up with something like that. Yeah, we hit the on-off switch, we have to grab a flower on the way down. Although, maybe it's better to land on top of the flowers than... Although I don't know if they drop into a location where we can pick them up. Because maybe it is better to land on top of the flowers rather than getting below them, because if you're below them, the cape flip is much harder to avoid. No, it drops through this. Okay, so you do need to pick it up from below. Or deflect it and float over. Okay. Alright, let's try it again. Okay, that stabilizes, and then here we go. Checkpoint 1. What's this all about, I wonder? Looks like a potential scroll break. I got bored. And there we go. I don't know if you made this in the time that you were watching the stream, but I would totally believe you if you told me that was the case, so. And yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. First clear. Alright, folks. And look at that. Did I beat Mang to the clear? Really? Very surprising. Anyway. That is all for today. I'm glad I was able to make it back after losing my voice all week, but we made it through. We had tons of sound problems, but we had tons of good levels as well. And everything was just great end-to-end, actually, from the level design perspective today. I was very happy with everything, so thank you for all the makers who submitted again, especially for your patience in sitting through some of the lengthier segments. And I appreciate all the submissions as always, and especially all of the Christmas wishes from so many of you. Mang, you waited at the goal and you didn't want to steal. I thought that was probably the case. Because, you know, otherwise we would have to call it How the Mang Stole Creamus. Anyway, before any of that happens, I wish you all a very happy holiday indeed for those of you who celebrate. And, you know, have a great time even if you don't. And we're going to sign off and send you on to a raid somewhere else very quickly. So, thanks for watching. Merry Christmas. And we'll be back soon enough with even more on the stream. Some things Mario, some things not. And hopefully we won't have tons of cancellations like we've been having in recent weeks. Your levels should be back same time next week. And thank you for all the new makers and follows. And for anybody returning or new who sat through the stream, have a wonderful time ahead of you. Enjoy whatever destination we send you on to next, as well as your holiday, and above all, fare thee well.